Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. We have also with us Senior Director, Global Industry and Engagements, so Derek Washam. Those who know him call him Dantala Boma. You're welcome. May I also appreciate our keynote speaker, who in many, many ways we will find out and discover his life, his work. The truth is, this is what he lives. This is what he does. But later on, we'll talk about him more. The MD CEO of Interstate Architects, Architect OPA Ladeja FNI. Please put your hands together for him. We'll also want to continue with recognitions, I promise us, as we'll do that quickly. But at this point, we'll want to rise as we honor Nigeria by taking the national anthem to formally commence proceedings.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peaceful battle honored, and history counts as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Please, you may take your seats. The President of the NIA, the President of the AIA, the immediate past President, our third Vice President, our host chair, the President of the AIA Sub-Saharan Africa, our Senior Director, Global Industry and Engagements, our keynote speaker, the chair of other sister organizations, both present and represented, distinguished invited guests, distinguished members, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the second day of the chapter's biennial general meeting and 40th anniversary celebrations of the Nigerian Institute of Architects Abuja chapter. Yesterday, we began our journey with insightful discussions, inspiring presentations, and a deep reflection on the evolution of architecture in Nigeria. And today, we continue with the same vigor and passion as we delve deeper into the theme Architecture Unlimited, yesterday's lessons, today's experience, and tomorrow's block. This morning, we eagerly anticipate a keynote address that promises to challenge our thinking and expand our horizons. Following that, we will also have an engaging fireside chat that will allow us to explore the intersections of innovation, tradition, and the future of our profession. Later this evening, we will gather once again for the awards night, a moment to celebrate excellence and recognize those who have significantly contributed to the growth and development of architecture in our nation. I want to extend a heartfelt salute to the organizers of this remarkable event for their dedication and meticulous planning, also ensuring that we truly have a memorable experience. Our appreciation also goes to the esteemed guests who have graced us with their presence. Your support adds immense value to this occasion. Allow me also to celebrate Architect Yemi Shola Adebiyi and her great team, the chair on the bench. Her leadership and vision have been instrumental in guiding us towards success. A special recognition also goes to the president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Mobolaji Adini, whose unwavering commitment to our profession inspires us all. We are also honored to have with us the president of the American Institute of Architects, Kimberly Dovdell, whose global perspective has also helped to enrich our discussions, and we're sure we'll hear from her a little more during the fire chat later on. As we celebrate 40 years of architectural excellence, let us remember that this significant a milestone. 40 is a number that symbolizes maturity, stability, and the foundation of something enduring. It is a moment to honor the past, appreciate the present, and to build for the future. As we stand at this crossroads, where the wisdom of yesterday meets the ingenuity of today, and where the dreams of tomorrow take form, I believe that we stand together to understand that we stand at a pivotal position as architects in this country. We are the ones that were described by an African story that says, what is the structure that has no walls, yet it stands tall? What is the structure that has no roof, yet shelters all? It is the bridge between the past and the future, built with the hands of those who dared to dream. This is the essence of Architecture Unlimited. It is not just about bricks and mortar, but about the invisible lines that draw between history and possibility. It is the foundation that we lay in the hearts of those who follow us, the lessons we carve into the stones of our profession, and the legacy we build that echoes through the gates of the homes that we have built. So today, we talk about our structure as a collective vision, limitless and boundless, shaped by the lessons of yesterday and the experience of today, and the blocks that we set for tomorrow. Let us be architects of this vision, and architects in the very sense of the word. These minds, with minds that dream beyond the confines of this ordinary, and hands that build the extraordinary. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed in today's event, let us all embrace the theme of this anniversary with open minds and dedicated hearts. Let us draw from yesterday's lessons, apply today's experience, and lay the blocks for a future where architects knows no bounds. Please put your hands together for the organizers who have picked this theme for us. Today's program has a little alteration. We will start off by getting a set of people, different generation and different geography, but aimed at drawing attention to what we do. I'll invite Architect Emmanuel Aniko, the PRO of NIAABC Abuja chapter, to tell us who are the people who will help us to open today's discussion, the fireside chat that should have happened yesterday, but it's set to happen this morning. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to tell us about the people selected to make this work for us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. We'll be talking this morning on the topic architecture practice, bridging the generational gap. I hope our young architects and future architects are in the house to actually pick from our panelists. We'll be having 3 panelists this morning from 3 generations. We hope they'll be able to do justice to the topic. First on the list, over the years, she took on various roles, culminating in her historic election as the 30th president of the NIA. Driven by creativity, Adeni transitioned from academia to establish an architectural firm, Mobolaji Adeni and Associates, MA and Associates. 3 decades ago, our firm has been instrumental in shaping the built environment with several landmark projects to its credit. As president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, she introduced the Unite Agenda, a visionary strategy emphasizing unity, integrity, inclusivity, total integration with allied professions, and empowerment. This agenda serves as the roadmap for the NIA's future and addressing key challenges such as recognition and remuneration. Actively promoting diversity and inclusion within NIA, she collaborates with various groups, including Architectural Educators of Nigeria, ACHIS, the Association of Consulting Architects, ACAN, the Female Architects of Nigeria, FAN, and the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS. Our plans for a Young Architects Forum and strengthening initiative for members with physical disability reflect our unwavering commitment to inclusivity with the architectural community. Mobolaji Adiola Adeniyi is happily married to Deacon Dr. Dakpo Adeniyi, and their union is blessed with children and grandchildren. Please welcome to stage architect Mobolaji Adeniyi. Our second panelist for today is none other than the AIA president, Kimberly. Just take the first one. Kimberly N. Dodell, AIA NOMAC, is a licensed architect known for her expertise in diversity, sustainability, and urban development. As the 2019-2020 national president of the National Organization of Minority Architects, NOMA, she significantly expanded the organization's membership and raised its profile, advocating for increased opportunity for women and minorities in the field. Kimberly earned a Bachelor of Architecture from Cornell University and a Master of Public Administration from Harvard University. Her career includes roles in architecture, government, real estate development. She is currently a principal and director of strategic relationship at HOK, a leading global design firm. Kimberly co-founded the SEED network in 2005 and has been a lead accredited professional since 2007. She was elected to the Cornell University Board of Trustees in 2022. Kimberly's work emphasizes the revitalization of cities, reflecting our roots in Detroit and our commitment to sustainable and equitable design practices. Please put your hand together for Kimberly Dodell. And our third panelist today is none other than the chapter chair, NIA Abuja chapter, at Yemi Shola Adebi, FNIA. Yemi Shola Adebi is an executive architect at Interstate Architects Limited, a foremost architectural consultancy firm in Nigeria. She is a certified project management manager, PMP, with the Project Management Institute, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, a registered member with the Architect Registration Council of Nigeria, International Associates of American Institute of Architects, and member International Facilities Management Association, IFMA. Yemi Shola Adebi is the current chair of the Nigerian Institute of Architects Abuja chapter and has served in various committees, boards, and councils on climate change, gender equality, families, and parenting. Our vast professional experience includes design, supervision, and administration of notable public and private projects, ranging from office, commercial, and residential developments. A member of the prestigious IBB International Golf and Country Club, she enjoys reading, traveling, networking, golfing. Yemi currently lives in Abuja, FCT, with her spouse, Shola Adebi, FNIA, and are blessed with lovely children. Please put your hands together as we welcome on stage Yemi Shola Adebi. And the moderator for today is the immediate chapter chair, NIA Abuja chapter, architect Nina Nimi Briggs. Nina Nimi Briggs, a distinguished architect, began his career at Habitat Associates in Abuja before advancing to Broadway Mullion in the UK as its first non-white associate. He then joined HOK International in London as an associate and lead designer. With over 25 years in the field, Nina now works at Deckard Tyler Limited in Abuja, a firm specializing in planning, infrastructure, and design. He holds full membership with RIBA, the Nigerian Institute of Architects, NIA, and is an international associate of AIA, American Institute of Architects. Nina has been instrumental in high-profile projects such as the Shard in London and the 2012 Olympic Master Plan. At HOK, he led the redesign of Shell SPDC facilities in Nigeria. He is also a past chair of Nigerian Institute of Architects, Abuja chapter, introducing significant innovations in governance and operations. Active in various initiatives, Nina serves as the chairman of the Construction, Building and Engineering Trade Group at the Abuja Chambers of Commerce, and is involved in green design and social housing advocacy. Please, let's put our hands together for architect Nina Briggs. I hope this discussion will push for having more young architects leading. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I deal with feedback. Okay. For those of you who know me, I am pretty non-conformist. And with your kind permission, I would like to retain that identity and be non-conformist. I looked at the topic, bridging a generational gap, right? If you're designing a bridge, you look at the conditions on both sides, where you're taking off from and where you're meant to arrive, right? Now I look at this table. This is just one side. Everyone here is old, and everyone here is a woman, okay? Well, okay, no, I'm not a panelist. So I thought to myself that, look, let's mix it up. Again, this is just in line with my personality type. Let's mix it up. I think we should get someone, if you're building a bridge, let's look at the conditions on the other side of the road. So let's get someone from a much younger generation. Madam President, with your kind permission, can I invite that gentleman I spotted you speaking with during the Wednesday event? The young chap. Where is? He's over there. Excellent. Young man, arise. A round of applause for him. Don't panic, we won't eat you. Just come. So with your kind permission, I'd also give up my seat for him. Is that okay? Come on, feedback. Is that okay? Excellent. No. He'll take my seat. I'll stand. He has the honor of being a panelist. Okay, thank you. You can put that there. Thank you. So welcome. Okay, so I think now we've looked at the conditions on both sides of the bridge, right? So we can start building. Not so? Come on, feedback. Excellent. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so morning everyone, and is that okay? Technology can frustrate you sometimes. Okay, so bridging a generational gap. Oh, forgive me. I just picked him out, so all the other three panelists have been introduced. So introduce yourself.
So my name is Ami Joseph. I think in comparison to the panelists, I have a relatively humble portfolio. So I'm a graduate of Kaduna State University with interest in BIM, computational design, and design visualization. And I think architecture can be a tool for change, or is a tool for change, or should be a tool for change. And I'm consistently looking for opportunities that allow me to use my skills to solve problems, I guess.
A round of applause for him. So thank you. So thinking about bridging the generational gap, I asked myself, and I'll do as little talking as possible and leave the panel, which I think is far better placed than I am, to do justice to this. But there were a series of bullet points that came to my mind. So kindly take note, as they're just 4, they're just 5 of them. so that as we have the conversation, those points are constantly in the forefront. So the first question here was, what is what is Hello? Yeah. So the first question here is, what exactly is this generational gap? What does it mean? Because I don't know what it means, and I'm sure a lot of us would like to know what it means. And I asked myself, why exactly is it important? Why do we have to talk about it? I asked myself, what is the impact on industry? In other words, we're here as architects, we're here discussing architecture as a profession and as an industry. So I asked myself, what exactly is the impact on industry? I also said to myself, why is it of relevance today? How come it's being spoken about today? How come we're talking about it today? And then how then do we build that bridge we have, we want to build? So I would like to start with Madam President. Thank you very much. I hope those points cover what most of us are thinking about. Come on, feedback. Excellent. Madam President, please.
Thank you very much. Generation gap. I think just looking at the four of us seated, you can clearly see a few things already. If you notice, three of us came in wearing exactly the same thing. But then you can even tell the generation gap even by the way we put it together. Somebody has a head tie on, more traditional, more conventional. The others are a little bit more casual. Sorry, I'm going to the details. That is what my generation does. My generation is the generation that goes into details. Yemi and Kimberly are wearing like leggings. Architect Adeni dares not. She's wearing proper trousers. So this is generation gap. And guess what? Oh, Emmy? Emmy is here, casual, comfortable. And this is the generation gap that we're talking about. It's talking about attitudes and behaviors of different age groups. And it manifests not only in our lifestyles, it manifests in our design as architects, and even in our expression and the way we view things. About 2 weeks ago, I went to see the president of the Royal Institute of British Architects. Another huge generation gap. And that was me, the president of NIA, visiting the president of RIBA. Thank God I knew that what I should do. So before I went, I made sure that I was as casual as possible. If it's in Nigeria, the president of RIBA I'm going to visit the president, I'll be dressed like Architect Ali Mukhtar, full robes. But the guy I was going to see was in a t-shirt. He rode to his office in a bicycle. He had a crash helmet there on the floor in his office. That's the generational gap. There's a generational gap in our attitudes, in our behaviors, in our design techniques, in our use of space. I belong to the boomers, and I see quite a few of us here. Some people are already winking at me. Boomers, that's age between, it's taken it too long, it's unfair to us. From my research, it says 1946. That sounds unfair. 1946 to 1964. But that's my generation. Then we have the next generation. That's why Yemi had to move here, because she's a generation between me and Kimberly. And then we have the last generation. So our generation, the way we were taught, we focused more on classic and traditional architectural styles. This was the time where craftsmanship was very important, where you looked so much at details, and there was so much focus on and emphasis on form, follows function. I'm sure many of us in that generation remembers that. That was drummed into our ears so much. We also had grand designs, less thinking of sustainability, and smart buildings was definitely not on it. And of course, my generation was the generation of big drawing boards and T-squares and pens, pen one. I don't know how many of you can remember all the different pens that we used at that time. So that was my generation. But my generation was a generation that really had a depth of thinking, a depth of research. You couldn't get all the information at the click of a finger like you can these days. So you had to do so much more. My generation also was a generation that learned a lot on the past. History of architecture was critical in shaping our design skills and sense. You know, so this was the generation of the boomers. However, we discovered that some of us have had to do a generational cross. If not, you become irrelevant. And so our generation also now has to be abreast with things that are happening. I remember when I now needed to learn how to use CAD. It had to be one of my architects that had to come and teach me, because I never learned it. It was never taught. It was even never known at that time. So our generation is a generation that is caught between the past and the future, but is grappling to keep abreast and is working very hard. And also, I don't know, should I go on? Okay, one more minute. So our generation is also that generation that believes in big suburban neighborhood designs. Unlike the kind of smart buildings that you have, we used to concentrate on conventional spaces. Unlike now where you can have multi-use spaces, even within one building. So our generation also was very much concerned about stability and structure of buildings, much more than the aesthetics, the 3Ds, and all the kind of things that you see these days. So that's my generation. Let's move on to the next generation.
Can go ahead.
No, Yemi, hold on. I think it was actually very impressive the way Madam President, started the session, and I love the examples she gave. The way the conservativeness applied in the dressing deteriorated with time. Sorry, it's just a graphic way of painting. But a round of applause for her, please. That was very good. So Yemi, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam President actually, did justice to that description of generational gap. There's something I wouldn't want to agree with her, that our generation was caught in between. I'm thinking it's my generation, the millennia, that has been caught in between, really, because the boomers, they call it good old days. Everything was clear, like you said, ma'am, conventional. It's white or black, that you are right or you are wrong. Okay, so you now move to Kimberly. You're not a Gen Z, right? But today you'll be a Gen Z, so generation after the millennia, yeah.
No. So you're Gen X. You're Gen X.
Yes, she's actually Gen X.
Gen X. Yes, I'm a millennial.
She's a millennial.
Yes, and that's Gen Z over there.
Because I know we still have.
This is Gen Z.
Gen Z, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
over there.
Good. So it's good we.
No, yes.
You. Okay, so my generation, like you rightly said, Madam President, so your generation brought us up, okay? And you taught us all those, like Lape was saying yesterday, respect. When you see everyone, when you're not even coming from the Southwest, everyone must be greeted. When you get to a party, and my daughter will always ask me, Mommy, I may not follow you today because I have to greet everybody in the hall. I'm like, really? Okay, so don't worry. You won't greet everybody in the hall, but when you meet anyone, you must greet them, and you must do this. I don't know if she's doing that in America. Okay, so that is it. So that was there. Now, we believe in all this, and we grew up with that, my generation. Now, technology, okay, for instance, when I was in school, we were taught with, the use of tracing paper. We learned with tracing paper, cardboard, and all of that. Computer-aided design was just introduced when I was in year 5, just before year 6, our final year. And that was introduced, AutoCAD. It was a big thing. And in fact, you have to go to Ikoyi from the mainland to print just a sheet of paper. And it was 4,000 naira or something very expensive. Okay, and that was it. We still presented final jury, cardboard, and all of that. But so while I was waiting for my call-up letter for my youth service, I realized that if I don't do something about my skill, I may not be employable. So during that gap, I had to quickly go and learn AutoCAD. I went back to Unilag, where I spent 6 years without being taught computer design. It was one semester to learn AutoCAD, I think 12. Then later, it was 14. And when I got my call-up letter, I was posted. I've always known Interstate Architects Limited, a big family. I did most of my internship there. And when I went for that interview, for me to spend my 1 year with them, actually, if you remember, the first question chairman asked me is, can you use computer? And I said, yes, I've just been trained about 2 weeks ago. And you also said she will learn on the job. And that was why I was, employed. Taken for that internship. You can imagine if I had not done that, I would have been caught up in between Madam President generation and my generation. Now, coming to Kimberly's generation, you are even a little bit lucky, but the Gen Z, when you take them to site meeting now, they don't have pen. I had to bring this to show that this is my generation. They don't have pen. What they have is this, with long nails, and they'll be typing. I said, where is the minute of meeting? He said, Ma, I'm doing it. I said, are you doing it? If Naya, where are you? Ruth, you are doing it? Yes. Said they are doing it. So Miwa said, I've done it. And truly, they have done it. I don't know if Naya is in the hall. I gave her something, and I said, please, this is PDF. I want it in Word document. And on that, she went from my desk to her table, and she came back and said, Ma, this. I said, excuse me. I said, you should, if Naya, please, as in, and she said, it's been done. And I looked at it, wow. I said, that is the generation we are in. And I love them. And I love them. But it's also a circle. At the CEO round table on Wednesday, when Ami said, and thank God Nina brought you here. Ami said, you guys are old, we're young. I said, Ami, calm down. There was a time we were young, and now we are being considered as old. Don't worry, you are coming here. I don't know if I can go on. Oh, I can stop her. Thank you.
It's true. Last year, this time, I was young. And then this year, I'm old, according to Nina. But, so I'm a millennial. And just as a quick overview, I know Madam President mentioned 1946 to 1964 as baby boomers. Roughly 1965 to 1980 is Gen Z. Gen Y, also known as millennials, is 1981 to 1996, plus or minus. And then Gen Z is around 1997 to 2012. So that's kind of roughly what we're talking about. So I am a millennial, which I'm proud. How many millennials in the room? A few? Okay.
Oh,
all right.
they're more than us.
So I've had the privilege of being the first millennial president of AIA and of NOMA. Oh, thank you. And sometimes I don't think the older people know what to do with us. So, but I will say it's the reason why I actually became a president of both of these organizations somewhat earlier than is probably typical is because of my mentors who are Gen Z
and baby boomers. So I want to start with that because I stand on the shoulders of giants. So I always pay, homage to the folks who I come behind because they have taught me everything that I know. And so I don't do as well with this as I would like to, but I want to make more time to actually spend with Gen Z and then Generation Alpha, which is even after them. So the group after you, so then they'll be calling you old soon. But on behalf of all millennials, I can't speak on behalf of everyone, but from my perspective, I came of age when technology was readily available. I can't remember really not having, I had a pager in high school and that was weird, but once I got a cell phone in college, that's kind of the technology that I've really, spent my formative years on, and I learned Revit pretty much right away. So, they tried to teach me CAD after. I was like, if I know Revit, I'm not gonna actually refuse to learn CAD. I was just like, that's not a good idea. But when I started architecture school, we actually did have drafting boards and all that. So we had to become kind of, I guess I'll call it ambidextrous, using, sort of the, more original tools, but then also having to learn, the digital tools at the same time. And so I would say that, it's important to have, all the generations working together because they're really unique and important perspectives that everyone brings. And I'll just tell a really short story about one of my classmates from college, who's also a millennial, who I guess was working for a baby boomer at this point in time. And this was earlier in our career, around 2009, 2010. And she was doing some work in Revit, and she was tired of having to do design revisions. So she told her boss, her supervisor, oh, Revit only allows you to do 3 revisions. And he believed her. And so she didn't have to do any more revisions. So that reminded me that, no matter how old you get or how far you get from the technology, make sure that you stay somewhat in tune so that people can't pull the wool over your eyes. So I'll share that.
We've heard from the 3 ladies. Let's hear from the stranger here.
All right. So my perspective is, I think design and professionals. I would tend to use the word professionals over architects, right? So I think design and professionals are a function of context, right? So the generation you're born in determines the kind of issues you deal with, right? And determines the kind of tools you have at your disposal, right? So you would tend to find her generation tends to sketch more. Maybe her generation would tend to use CAD or Revit. Her generation most likely would use a lot of Revit. My generation would use a lot of ChatGPT and things like what's it called, Midjourney. But I think there's wisdom in every generation.
Absolutely.
Right? So in order to become like a really excellent architect, you kind of have to pick the strength of every generation, right? So for example, I take time to practice sketches. I take time to, or let me track back a bit. So let me use the typical question for every Gen Z has been asked this at a job interview. What softwares do you use, right? So the typical Gen Z will most likely say Revit or 3ds Max. I think because I've found there's wisdom in every generation, I've taken time to, and for proof of concept, I did come up with a notepad, right? So I always start with sketching manually, and then you take it to something like AutoCAD, which allows you freedom to sketch, and where you don't have to worry about constraints, where Revit is telling you, oh, this slab only goes to this floor. Then I would go into something like Rhino 3D and Grasshopper to do some concept work, and most likely jump to Revit, right? To do design development and documentation, right? And then I use 3ds Max for visualization. right? And I think all of this is only possible because I've been exposed over time to people from different generations, right? So I think the more people you interact with, the more likely you are to improve as an architect. So the question is on generational gaps, and I think there's a lot of truncation in our skills. I think we have something to learn from each other, right? And there should be more interaction where skills are being passed down. And there's something I'm noticing with the introduction of artificial intelligence, right? It's for every skill you learn, you lose something, right? So with artificial intelligence, you are able to skim through ideas quickly. But there's beauty in stumbling, like you could be going through a book and then you'd be like, okay, what's this? Zenithal lighting, that's a very weird term. And then you could do research, right? So there's the likelihood that we lose certain skills with the advent of newer skills. So I think there's beauty in maintaining the consistency and then learning from each generation, I guess.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very, very much. You know, interestingly, as the graph went that way and then came back here, I noticed that there was an increasing reference to technology, the use of technology. There was an increasing reference to speed and agility. There was also the radius, the angle of facility available to you as an individual, as an architect, kept increasing as the generations went by. And I dare say by the time we get to Alpha, which is after him, these guys will be extinct by then. So I mean, that was a very healthy round. Please, a round of applause for them again. So I would like to take up from something he said, that, well, two things. One, there is wisdom in every generation. There is a lot of content to get from the generation Madam President represents. There's a lot of content to obtain from the generation Yemi represents. Kimberly as well exists in a time when there's so much to pick from it. And then this gentleman, Ami here, also. So it means that if practice is going to be successful, if practice is going to be effective, if practice is going to deliver the services to society that society is craving for it to deliver, we must be able to itemize and harness and aggregate all the value we can get from each of those generations. Are we on the same page? So how do we do that? How do we do that? How do we harness? How do we extract, identify, aggregate, harness? Because those are building blocks. What's the title of this event? Yesterday's lessons, today's... Very good. So those are our blocks for tomorrow. Those are our blocks for tomorrow. Madam President.
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, it's recognizing the strengths in every generation. It starts from there. There's no generation in the creative world that is obsolete. And we must recognize and respect it.
Madam President, hold on. That's a hashtag. Please. Did someone get that? There is no generation in the
creative world
that is obsolete. Please, that's a hashtag. Go on, please.
So we need to respect and recognize the skills and specialties of each generation. I mean, look at the way Ame talked. And I cannot say because I've been practicing for over 40 years, I don't give him a chance in my office to take a lead. And so we must create environments in our practices that recognizes the younger people, the older people, and make everyone be able to contribute meaningfully. One of the ways to do this is to have teamwork. And I'm sure most of our firms here, that's what we do. In my office, that's what we do. We practice a lot of teamwork. At the end of the day, I tell people, it's difficult to say in my office that this project was designed by Julia, because really, it's an input of all generations into that project. And so, like I said, let's be able to recognize the unique strengths and perspectives of each generation, and then foster an inclusive and collaborative environment. Thank God for the open space office kind of thing we have. There's no big guy in one room locked up somewhere. In my office, there's a big open studio, like most offices. So we all share, generate ideas, and work together. So the way to do it is to also highlight all the shared values. Okay, this is what we want to do. He has his way of doing it. I have my way of doing it. She has her way. Different backgrounds, different trainings, different generations. But what are the values that we want to achieve? These are the shared values we have to focus on and instill it in ourselves as we start any project. The quality, innovation, client satisfaction. This is the common ground. The way he's going to approach it is different. The way I'm going to approach it is different. But we know that this is what we want to achieve. So working together through the generations, we're able to do that. Then again, we need to leverage on our diverse strengths, like I said. And usually it's very good for us to identify the strengths of each person in a team. It doesn't have anything to do with your generation. Your strengths don't have anything to do with your generation. So identify what is the strength of that person. For instance, if you were in my office now, if we're going for a presentation, I'll probably ask you to do the presentation. Because I see you can project, you can bring out the ideas, you understand. And I know some people in my office, they can't go beyond their drawing board. They can't even speak. They can't communicate. But they're strong in what they're doing. Yeah. So we build a team, different generations work together. Then, of course, facilitate open communication amongst ourselves. My generation was the generation that you cannot even talk to your oga. Your hands behind your back before you face your boss. But these days, encourage open communication. Speak your mind. Don't shut anybody down. And don't think any idea is a bad idea. Study whatever the other person has to say. And then we need to also continue to offer training, development, and skill development. And it's both ways, both generations, or all generations, because it's more than both now. All generations need to have skill development, mentorship programs, work together. This is the way we can build this generation gap. I remember when I started off as an architect, of course, like you said, everybody starts off young, and before you know it, you're old. So when I started off, going to sites, we will sit and watch in trepidation as our bosses handle site meetings. We couldn't do it. We just sit back and watch. But these days, I'm more open to allowing my younger architects even to manage it. If you don't allow it, they never learn. So there has to be, a kind of, deliberate, effort. Give them their space, allow them to be innovative, allow them to drive the process. This way, you won't stifle their skills, and you can have a proper, bridge of the generation gap, particularly in your establishment.
Thank you very much. We'll take this round, and then we'll round up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're answering the question how. And I think that is the most important, part of this discussion, because we need to understand how we want to really bridge this generation gap. And I think collaboration will do it for us. Understanding each other, like Ami said, and respect, like I mentioned in my opening speech. And we must be truthful about it. It's not about talking about, we want to bridge this gap. How do we want? We must be truthful about it. We must be intentional. We must be deliberate. And we must be ready to really bridge this gap. And how do we do that? Creating a cross-generational team will do that for us. And deliberately, you can say the confusion, the boomers, the millennia, my generation was going to cause when we started. And Kim also said, just last year, she thought she was young, but this year, she's now old. Okay, so we need to work together in an open environment where there's no inhibition. The younger generation can trust us, and we can also listen to them actively and have an open discussion with them, and also believe in them. Because there's this idea that they are entitled, they are lazy. I mean, they have the whole world, in the palm of their hand, so why wouldn't they do what they are doing? And they've also accused us. Are we modeling what we want to see in them? When we tell them something, are we really living up to that expectation for them to be able to build, that trust that we are demanding from them? So from Madam President generation, the boomers, to my generation, to Kim generation, millennial, and to the Gen Z and Alpha, you said, that will come next. So we need to work together. Okay, take advantage of this generation, joint generation that we have, and respect it. So creating a cross-generational team, like I said, we do is continuous learning. We learn from each other. And that hashtag of Madam President is very good. There's something to learn from the older generation, and there's something the older generation needs to learn from the younger generation, and we learn a lot from them. So it's not about, most of the time from here we'll say it's about knowledge transfer. And when we began the mentorship program in the 3 universities we have in Abuja, and when I go out for that outreach, when we go out for that, I tell them it's about knowledge sharing, really. It's moving from knowledge transfer to knowledge sharing. We're sharing knowledge.
Knowledge exchange.
Yes, we're exchanging knowledge from them, and they are also learning from us. So mentorship will do this for us, and that's why we advocate this seriously. So let's mentor them. Anything we want from them, let's be it for them. Let them see it in us, and easily they'll be able to pick up those good values that we have, that we're thinking they don't have. They're even saying, because I relate very closely, with them, and I share in their passion. In fact, I'm a bit biased about them, really. More than, yes. And they're like, you don't believe in us, you don't give us the opportunity. We're talking about generational team. So in the office now, on our president's side, we allow them to be part of the tender analysis process. Can they sign interim payment certificate? Do we believe them that much to do all that? Then open communication, I've said that, active listening, the place of technology, flexible work environment. Flexible work environment. It doesn't have to be traditional, but they don't like tradition. I mean, they are very open. So let's also take advantage of what they love and make use of that. I think I was end here.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to bring a different perspective to the table coming from the US. So of course I'm representing the American Institute of Architects as president this year. But I was president of another organization which was mentioned earlier, which is the National Organization of Minority Architects, which was founded by 12 black architects or African-American architects in 1971, actually at an AIA conference. And part of the reason why those gentlemen founded NOMA back then was because they felt that AIA didn't provide enough to provide enough support. And many years later, AIA is working on that, but NOMA was founded really to kind of meet those needs. And so a friend of mine who's in the earlier generation, Gen X, he came to me in 2016 and said, we need you to be our next president of NOMA. And I was like, well, usually the presidents are like in their 40s or 50s. At that point, I was 33. And I said I would do it. So I went ahead and did it. And I really wanted to think about, what it is. And actually, let me give you some numbers. Just if you'll indulge me for a moment, there are about 120,000 licensed architects in the United States. Of that number, just around 2,500 are black or African-American architects. In fact, NOMA has a directory to keep track of the number of black architects because we've been 2% of the population of architects since NOMA was founded in the 70s. And so, and of that number, 1,959 are men and 623 are women. In fact, I was number 295 back in 2013. Like, we all know each other because it's such a small community. And so what I decided to do when I was president of NOMA was to come up with a slogan, because I like a good slogan, and it was all in for NOMA. Inviting people to join the organization no matter who they are, different generations, even different ethnic groups, because we find that there's strength in numbers, being of the minority, different minorities within the US context. But all stood for, or still stands for, I guess, it's an acronym for access, leadership, and legacy. And those basically represented, and it's not by generation, but it's basically how do we, if we want to bring the number of African American architects from 2% to a higher percentage, because they're about 14% of the entire US population are African American. So the fact that 2% of the population is of architects are Black, we wanted to make it a little closer to the 14%. Even get to 4%, just make it more robust, because there's so much work that architects need to do and we need more representation. And so Access was about creating programs to invite K through 12 students to understand what architects do, because you can't pursue something if you don't know that it exists. And so NOMA works really hard to make sure that there are summer camps available for children, and they call it NOMA Project Pipeline, to create a pipeline of students to go into architecture. And also looking at our college students, making sure that we're intentional about mentoring our students in college. We have a design competition every year, which is how I got involved with NOMA 20 years ago. And then the other part is helping people get licensed, supporting them, being very intentional about that support, so we don't lose that earlier portion, like the younger generation. So that's Access. Leadership is about making sure that people kind of in the middle, like those of us who are here, on the stage, that we have access to leadership opportunities, that we can own our own firms and take on leadership positions in large firms and do those kinds of things. And then Legacy is about those who are firm owners who are thinking about retirement and thinking about succession planning and making sure that they have a way to for their legacy to live on through their mentorship of younger generations. So that was what what I was trying to be intentional about as NOMA president, thinking about the different stages of one's career. So back to the conversation about generations, I think about AIA and the programming that we have specifically around K through 12 education. We have a program called Architecture Week, where we have architects all over the country actually go into elementary schools and middle schools in particular to talk about architecture. In fact, I had a chance to go and speak at my school where I was in third grade, but to a class of third graders about architecture. And that was a really powerful experience for me to go back where I hadn't been there in many years, and to see sort of, these little kids actually hear about what an architect did for the first time. And in my case, they, if they did know an architect, they certainly didn't know that it was one that looked like us or looked like me. And so that representation in a different context does really matter. And so making sure people can see architects, out in the world doing important work. But one of the other things that we do at AIA, we have a young architects forum to make sure that young architects, have a voice, and they can get together with one another and then voice their opinions to the larger body. We also have the National Associates Committee, which is for those who tend to be younger, who are not yet licensed. And so that group has representation actually on the AIA board, as well as the American Institute of Architecture students. And that body, their president, has a seat on the AIA board. So built into our structure, we actually have opportunities for young people to have a voice, to have a vote in the work that we do. And then the last thing that I'll mention, we also have a program called Next to Lead, which is focused on women of color in the US who are younger, to make sure that they have opportunities to work with one another and get mentorship and support in their early career. So I mentioned this at I think the round table the other day, but my motto for AIA, because I like to have a motto, is more in 24. And that stands for more money, more members, and more mission. Not just in 2024, but I'm president in 2024. But more money specifically related to just the economic dynamics in our profession in the US, and as I understand here, are not great. And I can only speak from the US perspective, but it was a lot easier for baby boomers to buy a house when they bought a house than it was for Gen X. And it was way harder for a millennial to buy a house, but I actually have a house now. But Gen Z, I don't know how you're gonna do it. It's bad. And so if we don't confront that, we are going to continue to lose talent, because you want to buy a house, don't you? But if you can't work in an environment where you can earn what you need to do that, you will find another environment to work in. So we as a profession have to confront that. We have to be more aggressive and more courageous, and we have to demand the fees that we deserve for the work that we do, which creates a tremendous amount of value. So for the sake of our younger generations, and even my generation, and I'm sure you would like more money too, I think we have to be really open and honest about where we're falling short in terms of getting the funds that we need to secure a better future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. And we're also learning a lot from your structure and things that we're seeing in the world. When I came in as president, I noticed this big generation gap, particularly in our institute. We see the framework, only the big guys up there, and then nobody else in between. And I felt this just cannot be right. An organization that's run only by old men and women will soon go extinct. We need young voices. We need to give them a place. And then it even has become even more challenging, where you see the president of the American Institute of Architects in that generation, the one in Britain, that generation. And so we need to do much more here. So I decided we'll start a Young Architects Forum, and that has been approved by council. And this Young Architects Forum, I'm believing, is going to drive this generation gap and make sure that we get to where we're supposed to. They're more aggressive. Look at the young man that just came up. He didn't prepare for this. He's quite comfortable here. He sat beside me and told me he's likely going to be the next NIA president, right? He did. He did. That's the generation. And this is the generation that we need to give our profession in Nigeria the drive that it needs. So I'm very happy to have them on board. Then our fellows, we've been challenging them. We've also got now a mentorship committee in council that is helping pair up, just like what the Abuja chapter is doing on a national globe now, doing it for all architects in all the chapters to ensure that this transfer of knowledge is going on. And let me say, it is not going to be just in one direction. Mentorship is in two directions. We also have to learn a lot from them. So we partner them, who are the people that have like minds, who are able to, get something from one another. So these are the ways in which we can build this generation gap. So I want to encourage us again, NIA, let's be a part of it. Our fellows, let's not just wear the red necks. Let's be there all the time. In fact, my office is almost like a nursery. Sometimes I have 14, 15 interns. And then apart from the interns, I have children from secondary school. They come vacation. I want to know what it's going to be like being an architect. Let's open up our space so that we keep the conversation running. Bridge the generation gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So since he's the youngest, I'll give him the least amount of time. Can you imagine? Okay, I have been overruled. All right. Not that I'm happy about it.
So I think our president has spoken about where we are coming from. The president of the EIA has spoken about where we are. I think it's also important to look at where we are going, right? And I think the easiest way to know where we are going is to study trends, right? And we're in a generation where AI is so in your face. I think it's getting to a point where it's almost annoying, right? There was a time where, for those who play video games, if you play video game, you're playing against a computer simulation, right? The computer simulation you're playing against is artificial intelligence, or a form of artificial intelligence, right? But you don't know that. I think I sort of missed that age, but basically you open your phone, WhatsApp, AI. Instagram, AI. Virtually everywhere you go, there's AI, right? And what is AI doing? AI is doing things that myself and you are supposed to do, right? Or the more mundane tasks, right? So if you bring it home to our industry, you have AI doing floor plans, you have AI doing renders, you have AI brainstorming ideas or going through your numbers or vetting your Excel sheets, right? So what's happening is these tools are sort of taking away the mundane task, and you could sort of see people panicking, ooh, what's going to happen to us, right? And the whole reason is, whether you want to admit it or not, it's going to take away those mundane tasks, right? And the only people that are going to be left is those who can think, right? So does your brain work, right? So that's where we are going. And I think we sort of have to embrace it. If you ask me, I think I see us, so this is how it was, right? There was a time where the architect was not particularly a title, it was more of a generalist role, right? As complexities compounded, we had to split industries, right? So that people could micromanage tasks. With AI, I see us going back to that singular, what's it called? Master role, master builder, right? So I think it's important to learn to use these tools to solve problems. And if you really look at, especially Nigeria is, call it blue waters, right? There's so much to do that is not being done. And if you just want to look at waste, for example, recycling, managing, and I think it's really important for, as architects, that we care. It's our job to care about the environment. So where are we going as a generation? I think we're moving back to a place where AI is going to allow us to do so much more. And I think for those who read, you probably must have heard of something called a technological singularity, right? Which is a point in time where nobody can predict what happens past that point. But until we get there, I think it's to use these tools to solve problems we need to solve. And I think that starts with formulating a plan. We need to sit down and look at, okay, what needs to be addressed? What problems need solving? And we need to track progress over time. I think regardless of generation, one thing that I know is common over here is we do not keep data. Data is almost non-existent, right? So I think we need to start generating data so we could use it to make informed decisions when solving problems. And then we could sort of take it up from there and measure progress, because eventually, if we don't do anything, there's going to be no architect, right? So, which is why I kind of like the slogan, stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
Thank you very much. I hope some of you were right in here, because there's quite a lot that has been shared. Oh, thanks, Shegun. I like to have those notes. Thank you. There's so much. It's difficult to actually glean, but I would like to end because we're well over time. Apologies, please. There's a statement that came to my mind a while ago, and I just quickly wrote it down. Wisdom is to age what agility is to youth, but the mistake is where one thinks it's better than the other. I'll take that again. Wisdom is to age what agility is to youth, but the mistake is where one thinks it's better than the other. If we're going to be successful architects, if we're going to deliver architecture successfully to society, because quite frankly speaking, we're not relevant to ourselves, we're relevant to society. And if we're not relevant to society, we're irrelevant. With all due respect, we're grossly irrelevant. So our relevance is measured by society. So if we're going to be relevant to society, we must be able to glean intentionally and deliberately from this generational spread. We must be able to recognize that technology is racing ahead, and to stay relevant, we must be able to embrace it and embed it into what we do. And as I said, wisdom is to age what agility is to youth, but the mistake is where one thinks it's better than the other. I hope that has been helpful. Excellent. So thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're done. We're done. Yeah, we have to be done. Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll take a group picture very quickly. We'll frame this picture and it will be celebrated for the next 40 years. Let's mix. Moderator, be in the middle to just douse the tension. There's a suggestion. Okay, just look at the photographer. It's better. There's a bridge in the middle. The Ashebi is the bridge. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for our wonderful panelist and our very great moderator. Thank you. Please, can we clap for them one more time? Thank you very much. This is also to inform you that this entire program is being streamed live. Some of you already have the links, so you can watch again at home. And we appreciate our team for doing a good job making sure that we have this. But just before we take the next item very quickly, while the presentation was going on, the last message of the moderator is actually very touching about one generation thinking it's better than the other. And I think it is shameful, but a lot of things have happened also in general practice. For instance, Nokia initially refused Android, Yahoo rejected Google, and Kodak rejected digital cameras. But that's what got them out of business. Facebook takes over WhatsApp and Instagram, and Grab takes over Uber in South Asia. Also, they say age is a mere number. We have Colonel Sanders, who founded KFC at 65, and Jack Ma, who couldn't get a job at KFC, founded Alibaba and retired at the age of 55. I'll leave you with this last one. Lamborghini was founded as a result of revenge from a tractor manufacturer who was insulted by Ferrari, the founder of Ferrari, Enzo Ferrari. And we know the story of Lamborghini today. But even between architects, the young architect looks at the older one and says, back in my day, we used 3D printing to build models. And the veteran looks him in the face and says, we used actual bricks. The young one says, can we render in VR? And the older architect looks at him and said, virtual reality, we used to call it imagination. The young architect says, I can't walk without my card. And the older architect says, we had something better in those days. I uploaded my blueprint to the cloud, and it can be accessed anywhere and by anyone. And the veteran architect looks him in the face and said, yes, back in the days, we actually kept ours in actual clouds of dust in the storage room. I think we should clap for the younger ones. They are challenging us, they're helping us to grow. I also want to inform us that we have our keynote speaker still in the room. He's been thinking around all of this, and I saw him take notes. I assure you he will give you something a little bigger and better than he had prepared from home. But we want to appeal to him to just take 3 minutes of his time to just listen to one of our support system. So thank you very much for your understanding. We appreciate you. So we'll have our partners. They've been with partners with us for many years. We'll just do 3 minutes to welcome them, and then we'll get him set to present his paper. Let's invite from ProBlind architect Wasim Mashasha, the managing partner, to just come and do 3 to 4 minutes to speak to us.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's 12 o'clock accurate. All right. My name is Wasim Bashasha. I'm managing partner at ProBlind and interior architect by education and practice. First of all, I would like to chapter and the architects as well. And we wish them all the luck for the coming years, not only additional 40 years, but 100 of successful years. Will control. Okay. We will wait small time for the presentation. Before we start with the presentation, let me jump into something very important to speak about. There is an unfortunate truth we need to speak about made of a Sweden study on global wide. It's not this one. Patient, please. Okay, so we'll speak about the energy consumption worldwide. Based on a Sweden study, there is a result of 40% of energy consumption worldwide coming from the buildings. If we take this 40% of the consumption of the energy, we will see that 84% is coming from the operation of the building. If we even take this operation of the building, we will find out that 75% of this operation is coming from the HVAC and the lighting. And here, as ProBlind, with our products and technology, we see that it's the main contributor to reduce this energy consumption. Just any update for the presentation, please? No problem. I wanted to show you some things about our products, but after we spoke about this inconvenient truth, I will start with the main factor or main contributor of the energy saving in the building, which is the roller blinds. Our roller blinds are, the fabric is imported from the US, and the accessories are imported from the UK. We assemble it here in Abuja for a facility up to 2,000 square meters of area for production. And all our fabrics are fire retardant, antibacterial, and breathable. And of course, definitely in 12 LEED certification. After the roller blinds, we go to the curtains. Curtains, we have a very wide collection of material, which is we focus on the details of the composition of the fabric and the design of the fabric. We represent many brands from Germany, from Belgium, Spain, and Turkey as well. Definitely, these fabrics can be done in different sewing types. The third solution, which is the third covering solution, which is the awnings, the outdoor awnings. Outdoor awnings are for sunshades, and even it's a contributor of the energy saving because it contributes to reduce the heat for the outdoor area and for the indoor area as well. Definitely is not made for the rain, but it's reduced the heat for the outdoor sitting. All right, great. This one what we need to also to start about. Here, these are the business lines. We spoke about them. This is the global Sweden research done. We spoke about the 40% and 84%, and we went to the 75% of the energy consumption of the building. Our roller blinds are the main factor of reducing this energy saving. All the specification needed for the projects. The curtains as well, the outdoor section, and we reach the motor and controls. All of what we spoke about, the roller blinds, the curtains, and the outdoor solution can be motorized and can be connected to any automation system or BMS solution, which is the management building system. Our motors are under warranty for 3 years, and we can even go and install the tracks and the motor for the flats. Upholstery fabrics is the same fashion of the curtain fabrics in same designs. We also represent different companies and different brands, but we also specify the fabrics as fire retardant, indoor, outdoor, water repellent, water resistant fabrics. After the upholstery fabric, we go to the rugs. The rugs, I can make it in 3 sections. We have the decorative rugs, central rugs, it comes in different sizes. We have the wall-to-wall carpets that we introduce it for commercial and residential use, commercial like hotels and hospitals. And the third one, before the wallpaper, is the customized hand-tufted rugs. The hand-tufted rugs is made from handmade rugs. We also introduce it in specific two materials, two natural fiber materials, the wool and the silk. It can be done in any size and any design of the architects or the client. Moreover, the wallpaper, two types of wallpaper. We have the wall covering and the wallpaper as printed as well. The printed wallpaper is the normal wallpaper, while the wall covering is made of material, natural fiber material as well, like sand, textiles, and glass. All are compressed together. The beddings, bed and bath, even also we introduce it for commercial and residential use. When we say commercial, we also have 100% categories of linens for the hospitals and hotels. For the residential, we have a very luxurious collection for the houses. The recent, and we launched this material, we launched this products recently, like 2 months ago, which is the last products we brought. We represent a very well-known and high-end decorative item brand from Netherlands. It's called Coco Maison. And here, I really invite you to our showrooms at Abuja and in Lagos to come and enjoy and check what we have from physical decorative items. And definitely you will enjoy up to 40% discounts as a special discount for the architects. We look forward to see you there. And you have two options, Abuja and Lagos. You don't have any other choice to come to our showroom. Let me highlight on some projects we did. We did Microsoft Office in Lagos, King's Tower at ENQUIRIES, up to 40 floors. 600 motors were installed on this 14th floor. All are connected to automation system and BMS solution. The BMS solution was even connected to the sun rays. So anytime the rays goes up and down, it will follow it based on the rays touching the screen. This is a project in VI as well at Akin Adishola, Nest Oil. It was it's been a long time we did this one. It was Venetian blinds inside glazed. It was inside the window. All motors were connected to BMS solution as well, even following the sun rays during the daytime. A residential building, number 4 Bordelon. It was in ENQUIRIES as well, developed by L. Allen Construction. This one is 25 floors, up to 95%. We covered the panoramic glass of the building with roller blinds and curtains. And here, because of the panoramic glass, the contribution of reducing this energy consumption was successful. The motors were connected to different automation systems. It depends on each client on which type he would like to go for. I leave you with some other projects we did. You know some of them. And another time, again, also, I really thank you so much for having us today. And we are open for any question. And we look forward to see you again at the showroom. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll get to your stand and we'll see you there. Please, another round of applause for him. There is a new word in the dictionary. It's called terraforming. Terraforming is the science of finding uninhabitable planets at vast astronomical distances from the Earth and making them habitable so that we have somewhere to go when our home planet becomes I just think we should take care of the Earth. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next job is a very big one, and I've been asked to do a little introduction. I will take this as the biggest job for today. Traditionally, I should ask him to stand, but I want to ask us to allow him sit so that he can allow this to sink in before he comes to take his paper. Particularly because our branch chair, has asked me that, Ben, treat my boss calmly, because this is my boss. A boss of life. So thank you very much, sir, for being the boss of my own boss. So I have two benefactors. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is one who's described as special. In the vast landscape of architecture, he stands as a master builder, weaving together a career that spans over 4 decades, like a skilled architect chiseling the ground edifice from raw stone. He has shaped some of the most iconic structures across Nigeria and beyond. As the managing director of Interstate Architectures Limited, he has carved his name into the architectural skyline, with each project a testament to his experience and expertise. His portfolio reads like a blueprint of greatness, from the towering Central Bank of Nigeria's head office in Abuja to the majestic African Export-Import Bank building in Cairo. In Cairo, Egypt, each project, whether the Civic Center Tower in Lagos or the Zenith Bank head office in Accra, reflects his ability to blend vision with perception, creating space that not only stand tall, but also resonates with different generations and different people. His role within the architectural community as a foundation that he leads, as president of the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria and national treasurer of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, he has also stood tall as a cornerstone in his profession. He's an arbitrator to construction disputes and a trustee for the Guild of Adjudicators, and integrity stands firm. But beyond the blueprints and building sites, he has also been described as one who has a heart that beats for the community, whether as the national vice president of the Boys Brigade Nigeria or as the chairman of the Victoria Garden City Property Owners and Residents Association. He builds not just structures, but also the bonds that holds communities together. His service to the Diocese of Lagos Anglican Community as a diocesan architect and diocesan reader echoes the deep-rooted faith, abiding and building, adding another layer to his legacy. He has been honored with awards that glitter like the sunlit facades of his buildings. He has also received accolades from the University of Lagos for excellence in architectural practice and the Grand Commander of the Order of the Anchor from the Boys Brigade Nigeria. His traditional title, Alaga Akpakpo Ajo Omoba of Ikperuremo, Ogun State, is also a testimony to his esteemed place in the cultural and professional fabric of his homeland. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is more than just an architect. He is a visionary, a craftsman, and a leader whose work will continue to inspire and endure, much like the enduring structures that he has brought to life. The New York Times described him as a man with gold in his voice, silver in his beards, and platinum in his character. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our keynote speaker for today, Olusegun Paul Adetokunbo Ladega, FNI, our keynote speaker for today. Please put your hands together properly for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think he will, yeah. So thank you very much. My slides will be projected. Just one small apology. Confused between my system and his meant that when we copied the thing onto that system, there are the fonts. Please just forgive me. But what is most important is that the message will still come across. Madam President of the NIA, past presidents, and all other members of the Strategic Committee and the Executive of NIA, our distinguished guests, I think she's Omawale, okay, the president of AIA, and he is Dan Dan Tala, Omar. You're welcome one more time to Nigeria and to Abuja. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, speak with us today. Anyway, it was a task I could not turn down, because when my Oga summoned me that she wants me in Abuja and that I have to give this speech or give this paper, I accepted, even though I felt it might be a bit of a might be a bit difficult time-wise, because tomorrow, by the grace of God, someone should be succeeding me in one of the offices that I hold in the various social activities that I hold. So I have to preside over that meeting where I will hand over. But thankfully, the airlines still, so I hope I'll be in Lagos tonight, no matter how late. Thankfully, something struck me last night that I should modify my presentation. And the reason was, it appeared like a lot of what I would want to say was already being said, and quite a bit more was said also this morning here by the distinguished panel. And one of the issues I had wanted to tackle was the issue of intergenerational equity, where all those of us occupying this space today must also recognize that there will be those who will come after us, and we must ensure that there exists an of intergenerational equity across all spheres of life. Is the manifesto in why sustainability should be on the front burner. It is the reason why we begin to even look at economic structures, social structures, and also for those reasons we should also look at the structures within our profession. And I think such an excellent job was done at that. And thankfully, I was one of those slides I took out, because I was quite elaborate on it, but whatever I needed to say had been said. But just suffice to say that whatever tools that a particular generation would be born and found ready to use were created by generations before them. At times it was the immediate generation, because I know that my generation contributed quite a lot to the digital world that we all exist in today. Because if I looked at Steve Jobs and Mr. Microsoft and the others, Bill Gates, I think we came into this world at about the same time, or around the same time. We probably were all toddlers at the same time. So it meant that a lot of what we're talking about today, so we of our generation should not be telling them, in our days we did things this way, because we created those tools for them. And those tools, we created them because we were convinced that things should be done better. I mean, one of the interesting things that happens in the studios, in my office, when I walk into the main studio where everyone is working interactively, and we're talking about dimensions, and I'm multiplying things off head, and I'm saying this is X square meters, why someone has to do that? And I said, yes, you see, my generation, mental arithmetic was one of the things you had to master in school. But such mundane task is no longer necessary for me to compel that on anyone, because the guy just does that. I mean, when we're discussing dimensions in the office, nobody brings out even a calculator. Is there a mobile phone? Yeah, so square meters. I think the usual thing, what I find interesting is on their face, when after they've punched the keys, it comes exactly to the figure I said off head. That's magic. So my generation can perform magic. Thank you. Now, I go on with the paper. Can we go to slide number 2, please? This keynote address combines reflections on first-hand experiences with insights into the evolution of the profession, the impact of technology, challenges and opportunities ahead of architecture in Nigeria. If we go to the next slide, where the next slide is about me. 40 years ago, I got my MNIA, and I was registered as number 554. Of course, I had graduated a few years earlier. And at that point in time, there were less than 600 registered architects in Nigeria. Nigeria had a population of about 85 million. Today, I think on the register, now I'm talking of Akron register, not NIA, because our NIA membership is about 13,000. Yes, but I think on the Akron register, they're about 6,000. And that means that those are the ones who are entitled to practice by law in Nigeria. That's why I use that figure. 6,000 registered architects catering to a population of 200 million plus. Now, if you look at those figures, it still talks about 1 to about 45,000 Nigerians, 1 architect for 45,000 Nigerians. That means that architects should be extremely busy. In my day, it was like 1 to 100, when I first entered profession, about 1 to 400, 140 something thousand. So you can see, yes, about 400,000 or so. Figures have approved. But it still looks like there are too few of us for the sheer number, for the population of the country. Yet, we are struggling to thrive. So some things are out of place. But let me go on with my own story. I transitioned from drawing by hand to 2D CAD to 3D CAD, and then moved from there to BIM. And just recently, me and Mr. AI, we started a romance. Some things have disappeared from there, but it doesn't matter. We'll go on. And I have also been privileged to have seen Abuja almost from ground zero growing up. My first visit to Abuja on an official task was in 1982. And of course, in those days, the field base in Suleja was still where a lot of activity took place. The life camp was at that other end. And there were just a few buildings in the area called the Accelerated District. And if you were lucky, you might find a room in one of the block of flats that was converted to an hotel. Otherwise, you had to sleep somewhere in Suleja and find your way across. Well, a few bragging rights that I know Abuja and have contributed. Now, I say the evolution continues. This was me in 1992. Next, this was me from 1993. I recently employed this guy. He is now one of our staff, because that is Mr. AI, who is one of our staff. And I hope he remains a staff. The young man who sat here analyzed what the potentials of AI, and that AI remains almost someone we should be sending on errands to do all the mundane tasks. I hope he remains faithful doing that, and he doesn't morph into a Frankenstein monster, which is the fear that many of us have. Please go on. CAD, digitized drawing and graphics. BIM, digitized the geometric and documentation coordination of a project. AI is projected to digitize architecture itself. And that's why I said, I hope this guy will remain a faithful servant and not become Frankenstein's monster. Now, according to a gentleman, one of those who are part of the singularity stuff that those who are projecting what singularity is going to lead us to in the future. The man's name is Peter Diamandis. He's a co-founder of Singularity University. And he said this: when something is digitized, it begins to behave like information technology. That means, whether we like it or not, the profession must prepare for some major shifts and perhaps even disruptions. Next slide, please. Now, again, it's not showing so well because this font thing, but I tried to put here just a very quick historical review from when NIA was founded and through what I called the boom years, because we had a big boom immediate post-independence, and then a bigger boom when there was an oil boom. And there was so much, and it was days of plenty. And those were the days when the young architect and the wages of a young architect was higher. A young architect's salary was higher than his bank manager's salary. So when a young architect even walks into the bank manager respects him. Now today, the guy who mounts the front desk in the bank probably earns a lot more than a young entrant into the profession. So, NIA was founded. We all know that. Nigeria became independent that same year, some months later. And the federal and regional governments had very ambitious development programs that called for a lot of architecture to be created to serve all the various developmental needs. At that point in time, NIA was founded by only 13 Nigerian architects. So it meant that a lot of work was being done by foreign firms, but Nigerians very quickly founded practices and began to respond to the needs. While that was going on, 12 states were created. There was the oil boom, demand for more work. There had been more numbers, but the numbers of us local natives who were architects was just a fraction of the manpower needed in the architecture industry in the country. Architects were needed both in public service and in private service, and we didn't have the numbers. Expatriates were brought in to make up the numbers. But expatriates came in either as employees of the government, federal and states, or employees of Nigerian firms. Not that they came in to set up practices. The only foreign practices that remained in Nigeria were those that had existed before independence. Because in the year 1972, just shortly after the boom that started in about 1970, there was a Nigerian Enterprises Promotion Decree. And that decree ensured and certain businesses either had to be 100% Nigerian owned or had majority Nigerian ownership. So that protected the tough. It meant that Nigerian architects could come up, and what then happened was, you as a Nigerian architect, you start a firm, you couldn't find enough staff, you could go anywhere in the world to recruit. So they came in to work for you. Not the situation we have now, where they come in to ask us to be subservient to them. And even when foreign expertise was needed because local expertise didn't exist, the Nigerian firm would enter into a technical partnership where the firm overseas, Nigerian firm leading, a technical expert providing technical expertise to enable delivery. I'm just going through all this just to give us a bit of the history. Then, came a big blow. Year 1982, Nigeria went into economic recession, and the government had to make the Economic Stabilization Act of 1982, introduced by the Shagari government, popularly called austerity measures, where a number of measures were taken to try to revive the economy. But 1982 was a pivotal year because it was almost like a sudden. They stopped the tap for the architects. Well, as if, we were in a world that was strange. By the following year, when the full effect kicked in, many projects had stopped. And some of us who were employees then, our employers had to tell us, you have to take a pay cut. Many architectural firms paid half wages. That year, 1983, I was privileged. I was the Public Relations Secretary of the Western Chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, which is the oldest chapter. Now, that Western chapter is what is now giving birth to Oyo, Ogun, Ondo, Ekiti, Osun, and Co. So Madam President is right to claim that Oyo State is the oldest chapter, even though that very old first chapter was the Western chapter. But since Ibadan remains, Ibadan was capital of Western region and Ibadan is still capital of Oyo State, I think Oyo State has it. And anyway, I should also be proud of the fact that I was the Public Relations Secretary of the Western Chapter. 1983, we had to prepare for the AGM. We hosted the AGM, at which architect Maje Kodumi became president of NIA. I was part of the local organizing committee, and one of the tasks we had was to brainstorm on the theme for that year's BGM. And while we were all in discussion at a meeting of the Western Chapter that was hosted by architect Ladeji Ladapo, you remember him? Yeah, he hosted that meeting in his house, beautiful house. We all were seated in the courtyard of the house, and a few people from Lagos who came from NIA, the National Exco, were brainstorming with us, trying to come up with a topic. All kinds of esoteric topics were coming up and all these nice academic topics. And Architect Ladapo just said, no, we should talk about survival. And he said, our theme should be survival. And so it was, the theme for the 1983 BGM of NIA was survival of architecture, because it looked like the end almost had come. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'm taking, now, some of the things that I said here that are not so clear, I will mention them very quickly. I will share the copy of this as a PDF to the Abuja chapter. Yes, yes, because Madam President can take it down to them. So that all these things that had become not so visible, you can read them. But I'll just take us through. What have I put down here? I said, evolution of the profession. Now I'm going far back. Because what I want to say is that there is something in the DNA of the profession that predisposes the profession as is currently organized to certain, which word would I use? Certain afflictions that the profession faces. Now, evolution of the profession, the professionalization of the process from master craftsman or master builder to the amateur architect and finally to the professional, because that's how the profession emerged. We all know the story of the master builder of old times, from the days of the pyramids of Egypt all down to the early days of the Renaissance period. Then one man during the Renaissance period said, hey, there's a need for us to rethink what we do. That man's called Battista Alberti, and he was the first to write a thesis that said construction and design are two distinct vocations, two distinct occupations. They should be separated. The design should be complete, fully documented to the last detail, that it will now instruct the manual labor that executed the construction. That architecture was an intellectual process and construction was a manual mechanical process. He wrote the thesis and he put it to practice. The result was that he was responsible for quite a number of buildings because he did all the designs, detailed everything, provided for the builders, only visited to supervise the works as it was being carried on. In the olden days, he was there on site. Perhaps even the master builder himself even held some of the tools in shaping the building. That was the beginning of how our profession of today. But the men of those days were polymaths. Architecture could not provide to meet all their needs. They were involved in so many painters, sculptors, scientists, and all kinds of things, all rolled into one. So architecture was just one of those things that they did for a living. It wasn't the sole source of their living. And then it advanced further. The architecture became something that was practiced by amateurs. They were persons who had other jobs, but they were intellectuals who had interest in architecture and had studied all the classical orders and other things. And when a monarch or the state or some big merchant needs to put up something monumental, they went to them to design. Even Sir Christopher Wren, whom we call the architect of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, wasn't a full-time architect. Up to those days, there were no full-time architects. It's said that the full-time architects with an architect office came about in the 19th century. And that one of the very earliest architects' offices that looks like what we have today, where there is the principal and other architects who did 9 to 5 or how many work hours they did in those days in the place and earn their living, was an office that was set up somewhere in the United States of America. And gradually, architects' offices began to emerge. But what was it that we see from this? The profession was tailored only to provide a bespoke service to the very rich at the top. Some of those of us here who are on the Fellows WhatsApp group may have read these comments that I made at a point there. And I said, architecture from its incipient stages to the now learned profession of architecture as a distinct occupation, it was an aristocratic pursuit, structured and tooled to serve monarchs and plutocrats. I went further in that comment to say, architecture is analogous to haute cuisine and haute couture, patronized by the social upper class and the establishment. I concluded by saying it is a Hollywood-type environment. Few stars and plenty of waka passes for the benefit of Omowale and Waka Pass in Nigeria, what we call Waka Pass in Nigeria is what you call extras in the movie industry in Hollywood. Now, I'm also noting that the profession across the globe reports similar challenges. This indicates that there is something in the genetics of the learned profession of architecture that predisposes us to these similar challenges global. We also have our own gamut of local challenges added to the ones that architecture seems to face globally. For example, I was reading something on the RIBA website, some of the documents, and where RIBA, it's titled, Finding Ways to Design for the Public Good. And the comment reads like this. Today, only 6% of homes in the UK are designed by architects. 77% of whom are working on the design of private homes. It is no wonder then that many young architects find themselves frustrated by a situation in which architecture appears to have come to serve a narrow band of society, the affluent few. This was published back then on the 21st of June, 2018. It's still available online. If you go to the Royal Institute of British Architects, the website, and under knowledge, if you go to the knowledge landing page, you will find this article and many others like that there. In another thing, and this is from the US, I read something online that talks about it's a publication called the Common Edge. I know AIA has about 140,000. Okay, so there are about 120,000 licensed architects. But what it says here is that of the 100,000 AIA members, 80,000 of them practice architecture. So there's some 20,000 that's gone somewhere else or are doing other things. So it says of the 80,000 architects left practicing, perhaps 10,000 are basing their professional lives on designing about 5,000 to 10,000 new homes per year. And what was the question? It was about why is it that only 2% of all homes in the US are designed by architects? So it seems to be a worldwide palaver in that regard. Yes, please, next slide. I'm on slide number 7 now of just 12, so don't worry, I'm rounding up soon. I focused on some challenges that the profession faces because we need to address these challenges so that we leave behind wholesome blocks for the future to build with. Number one is poor public understanding of the profession. But I then said, even we ourselves, we are confused about who we are. Now, if I asked 10 of us to define architecture in this room, I'm sure I'm going to get 10 different answers. And incidentally, they will all be very long-winded. You will not describe the profession in just 3 or 4 words. When they say, what does a chef do? Okay. So, what does a carpenter do? Who is a doctor? Okay. Now, who is an architect? Then we start telling long stories. And then I asked myself, I checked out a number of professional institute websites and even our ACON website. And the definition of architecture is a number of paragraphs. Even AIA, yours is also quite long. RIBA is long. Australia, long. I checked and I said, so what is it about us? It looks like, you see, we came from an intellectual background and we over-intellectualized the whole thing to the extent that only a few people then can relate with all this plenty of jargon that we speak. So we really have to think, how do we communicate architecture, the profession, architecture, the built work? How do we communicate both of them to the public for public understanding? Because it's then that there is a proper understanding, appreciation, an appreciation of the value that the architect brings, and therefore patronage would follow. Because we are seen as, you go to some places, I've been to places where I've been introduced as engineer. And I say, hey, I am an architect. Shebe nkole noni. Sorry, I had to speak my local language. Say, but you guys make buildings, so why are you not an engineer? And I'm talking of persons. One of those who addressed me as an engineer is a fellow chartered accountant, and addressed me as engineer. So those think that is the guys down the ladder. Too many people don't understand who we are and what we have to offer, and that is one block we have to address. So that going forward, because from one generation to the other has left this burden, we should not pass it on to the next generation. Now, one of the things that has affected architecture in Nigeria is that architecture is one of the latecomers in terms of professional services sector in Nigeria. As at 1952, there was only one Nigerian who was qualified as an architect. By that time, there had been almost a century and a half of lawyers known in Nigeria. There had been almost a century or more of doctors known in Nigeria, of pharmacists who were initially called dispensers known in Nigeria. And for much longer than that, there had been engineers and engineers and engineers all over the place in Nigeria. The late Abba Macaulay was engineer surveyor, right? But some also say architect, but really wasn't a qualified architect. But like architects of those days of old, a person who had studied through his personal studies could design buildings for people, which was how it was done back then. It was one of the many skills he could do. So if you then look back to say, we came in late. Now, our coming in late had two consequences for us. A lot of the built environment space was then occupied by others. Part of it was also the colonial policy that the natives would be developed to provide middle-level manpower and provide service to their fellow natives, which was why you had people like dispensers who were meant to man the dispensaries. And in architecture, they had the draftsmen who had been taught how to draw simple buildings because everything you needed is an identikit. Mr. A's building and Mr. B's building and Mr. C's building all look the same. One man has been trained on how to do that, and the sanitary inspector comes to inspect the construction as it was going on. So, and since that gap was filled, and you had the expatriates in the public works department and the expatriate architectural firms providing the little bit of architectural services that the colonial government needed. The fact, therefore, was the draftsmen could not understand how all of a sudden there is an Akon Act that declared their trade illegal. Until this day, they still occupy quite a bit of the space. And with digital technology, they've also learned how to do CAD and all that. There was a local government chairman back in where I live in Lagos. Chairman of the local government said he was doing a youth empowerment program. And one of the initial programs published was AutoCAD training for youths. So I had to call him. I said, Aburo, Yokini Ekuro. That is, remove that AutoCAD training from that thing. Because you can't be training quacks in the name of youth empowerment. The law only says a registered architect, registered under the Act, as the only one that can provide such service. After a while, I realized he removed it and published the new youth empowerment, and I removed the AutoCAD training. So, as latecomers, too much of our space was occupied by quacks, and we're still struggling to win that space back, despite the fact that there is regulation, there is law and regulation that restricts the practice to us. So we, as a body, have to address that issue to see how, in spite of regulation, at state and federal levels, and the law, that quacks are still a major issue. Then, the challenge of globalization. Globalization itself is something that we cannot run away from because it's now an interconnected world. And exponential digital technology continues to bring the world closer and closer and closer. When the concept of global village was propounded by the person who first used the word global village, he was referring only to mass communication. The mass communication has become almost instant, and we knew what was happening all around the world. But now, we are so integrated by technology. The cloud is there. Link to Mr. A, he can download his design prepared for him in Bangkok. Global satellite positioning. From a remote location, I can get the accurate topography of any plot. I don't need to visit that plot anymore. The entire surface of the earth has been mapped. Topography is there. I can get all the weather information and everything. And I produce a building and I simulate year-round sun path and everything remotely from wherever I am. Then there is big data that continues to gulp up information from all over the world, process, and send it out in appropriate packages based on whatever you need. So, in this interconnected world, and in this world where an architect can be remote to his client and the site, what does this mean for us? It could be a big blessing because it opens doors for collaboration. I can work, if I'm working on a project that I don't have expertise in, for instance, suddenly some nuclear processing thing, Nigeria government also decides that part of our energy mix, we want to bring in nuclear. And some architect services will be required for some of the ancillary and support facilities to that. There may be some specialties about handling such facilities that definitely I wouldn't know, and I'm not sure anyone here, except maybe our American sister and brother, may know about. Because nuclear energy has not been in the mix. So you need someone with expertise on the tiny, tiny bits of it. And what can we do? We can easily collaborate. collaborate across borders through all the technologies that exist, and we can work together to deliver the project. There is also the fact that there can be inappropriate transaction in consultancy services. So we need to see how do we do that. There are new procurement routes that also are beginning to define how architecture is procured. And I mentioned the routes because beyond what the Public Procurement Act in Nigeria talks about, which is how government procures services, and which still reasonably protects the architect, there are so many other procurement routes through which buildings are realized. You have through which architecture is procured. You have developer-led projects. You have all kinds of organizations, structures that you as an architect may end up just being a service subcontractor to the main person who has initiated the project. So we need to also look at all this and see how do we craft a future? How do we grapple with the various different procurement routes? Or how can we even, on our own, initiate other offer proposals to clients who desire a one single point, because often you have clients who just want single point responsibility or single point contact for his entire delivery of the entire process. Can we also craft routes and strategies where we could actually be the arrowhead of such single point procurements rather than being invited in as subsidiaries to others? Yes, one cannot talk about challenges that the profession faces without mentioning building collapses, which incidentally, the architects are not responsible for. But the public that cannot distinguish between who an architect is and who isn't just see buildings collapse as a problem. Because I've been to some place, oh, architect, hey, what are you people doing about building collapse? And I simply tell them, your building collapse is because of lax enforcement of the laws by those who have charge of the laws, which is the government. So it tells me, well, I say, yes, I blame building collapse 100% on the government. Because there are regulations guarding everything that regards to a building, but there is lax enforcement. And I said the lax enforcement does not only go, I said there's unfortunately lax enforcement along the entire process. From the process of conception to all the procurements and even the construction. I said there's even issues with materials and manufactures that goes into buildings. I said, yet there are several organizations that are supposed to be looking after this. First, you have the building regulations and at state level. Then you have the Standard Organization of Nigeria that is supposed to ensure that everything manufactured or brought or sold in this country meets standards. Then you have customs, who should have intercepted anything at the borders that is not wholesome. Then you have the building control aspect. So I said, look, there is so much in the pipeline of what delivers the building where lax enforcement of the laws have contributed to building collapse. But if we don't speak out and we don't push that the right thing is done, building collapse is a failure of the entire AEC industry. So this is why I put this here. Then there's this issue, project cost certainty, that has bedeviled the delivery of many building projects. It's not unusual for you to read that this landmark stadium was 3 times over budget. This one, construction and infrastructure projects, building and construction projects are notorious for problems of cost and time overrun. And it's something that we as architects and in collaboration with our AEC brothers and sisters should work on. Someone made a comment that part of the problem is the way buildings are constructed. There's a gentleman, an American journalist, Zach, it's one of his names. He writes, I think he's based in Chicago, he writes a lot about architecture. And one of the comments he made was that buildings are simply not made the way any other product is made. He said, like sunglasses, like fighter jets, so he was mentioning everything and said it is the building industry alone that will cut all the materials required to put the building up onto the site, construct, generate a lot of waste, and then cut the waste away. More or less talking about the fact that the building industry has to reform to be more efficient and better organized. There's the issue of poor manufacturing support that we face in Nigeria that impacts on the profession. And that may have to become an advocacy subject for us. What are the implications for the future? Number one is that we have to rethink our profession. We have to reform the profession because technological disruptions are inevitable. And we have to find a way that in spite of this, how we continue to provide value to our clients. Then next, what are the other implications? One of the things that we have seen is that the economic shocks that I referred to earlier had demonstrated how vulnerable the profession is. That the well-being of the profession for now is largely dependent on public spending. Therefore, I propose to this honorable house that the Nigerian Institute of Architects, either singly or in collaboration with others, should engage in very serious advocacy to be able to influence government policy and legislations in a pro-architecture manner. I propose that NIA should consider setting up a government and legislative relations committee that will advocate for us all around. It is also important that we engage in public enlightenment advocacy for the public to know who we are. And going further, what are the implications for the future? I mentioned the housing markets. And just one more thing that someone said from the UK. He said, majority of the buildings are built by volume builders. And he said the top 3 of the volume builders in UK provide 25% of all the new buildings. And they are churned out from identikit designs. Incidentally, we also have the rise of the developer in Nigeria. Now, I took some time to research what has made these people successful, even in Nigeria. And these are the following things that I realized. One, they treat the residential units as a product, whilst we treat it as a project. And there's a big difference in outcomes. While we provide a bespoke one that is unique, These guys are looking at the markets, and they say the market needs a product. It needs a product to the extent that they've even commodified. They turned it into a commodity. You know, when something becomes a commodity, readily available, stamped all over the place. That is one. Number two, they have a very good knowledge of how the financial industry works. Number three is that they are very specific and careful in locating their projects, targeting a specific spectrum of society. So what can we do as architects? One of them is what has been suggested here by our young gentleman here, that is inevitable that somewhere in future, Master Builder 2.0 would emerge. But can we start thinking towards that? Number one step will be vertical integration with other associated processes into our own profession in the delivery of building projects. It's also important that we acquire financial literacy, because it's all about finance. And then we should also consider offering design plus services in various forms. Now, why can't an architect be an architect and a mortgage broker? That I'll design for you. This is what you earn. This kind of building, I can also link you with mortgage finance. And this is how you do it. I package everything for you, and you have your building. And I think it's something we should also look at very carefully. Now, finally, Abuja, congratulations one more time on your 40th anniversary. Abuja, for the Nigerian architects, was a level playing field for us. We had matured enough by the time Abuja was coming on. We were able to show our creativity. I mean, if you walk around Abuja, you should be proud that the number of landmarks that were creations of Nigerian architects. So we should congratulate ourselves on that. And we should thank those who conceived Abuja for creating such a field for us to display our dexterity. But there are one or two things I want to say about Abuja. It is time that we start rethinking Abuja as a whole. The future of the office work environment is going to be significantly different from what it is today, and part of it is what we've mentioned. We are beginning to see around the world that the large floor plate office buildings are becoming empty, and it's time to rethink. There are lots of plots still in the central area waiting for massive, large floor plate, high-rise buildings that may never be, because not only because of our current economic circumstances, but because the future is different from what was envisaged for those plots. How do we start rethinking CBD Abuja? I think that is one of the tasks I will leave with NIA Abuja. We need to rethink in the light of how work has changed and is continuing to change. The 9 to 5 CBD with huge office buildings is no longer economically reasonable. Is even from the point of sustainability is unreasonable, and and the reality of what the digital transformation of the workplace is bringing about. So how do we rethink CBD, and what will be our proposals? And one more comment that I have on Abuja CBD is the fact that the place is designed for the motor car. It is not pedestrian friendly. It's as if there was an overreaction to the traffic congestion in Lagos that they were running away from, that it was designed in such a way that the motor car has priority. easy flow of traffic seems to have been overemphasized in the urban design of the CBD. But we can come up with proposals, gentrification and etc. of the CBD. Conclusion. I'm sure Mr. MC is very happy. Architecture adds value for our clients. In closing, I quote Mahatma Gandhi, "The future depends on what you do today." As we celebrate our achievements over the past 40 years, let us also focus on the building blocks for the future by leveraging technology, embracing innovation, and continuously improving our practices. We can ensure that architecture remains a vital and respected profession in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together some more for him. The president and the AIA president, sir, can it with you? Before you take your seat, sir, we'll take that picture with you. Yes, the president and the AIA president. We'll invite the immediate past president as well as our chapter. I think we should just bring everybody on the front row. Please, just join us for this picture. Everyone on the front row. Thank you very much. Thank you. If there's anyone in another row that should be here, please join. I don't want my building demolished. Those are technical people, light people. Can we turn off this light in front, please? It's good to smile. You don't know how far this picture will go. They won't know that it was during the economic crisis that it was taken. Thank chapter chairs, please. Please clap for them. Clap for them. Thank you very much. Can we invite Nimi Akine to join, please? Thank you very much. Because of the proximity of Niger to Abuja, we allowed the chapter chair from Niger to shake all the people. Thank you very much. Please clap for them. Clap for them. Thank you. We'll allow the president and so I'll want to especially appreciate the keynote speaker one more time. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. I've been told that there's a special picture by the president, and then the chapter chair will lead them outside to go and take that picture. And that picture is very important at our banner outside. Some international photographers will need to go and take that picture right now. Please clap for them as they go. That picture is very important. The picture is important outside. All right, I've been told that also after that picture outside, we will all go for lunch. But let me inform you that we have very important panels, very important fire chats. So as soon as we are done with lunch, please, we'll come in here and then we'll take the other fire side chats. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch is served outside, you know. Please, let's do this as quickly as possible. Lunch is for 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, we are back here to continue with the fireside chats and to answer all the questions. Remember also, we prepare to be here again at 5 p.m. later on in the evening, but please let us just go for lunch, take that picture, come back after lunch and do a good thing. So please, for those of us who have to go to the mosque, there is a mosque. The central mosque is also not far from here. Please just ask somebody who knows the place so that you don't go round and round the mosque and they will be done with prayers before you find your way to the mosque. But lunch is served. Let's enjoy ourselves and be back here after lunch and after prayers. Thank you very much. Sound?
1 2 1 2 2 2 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 1 2 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 check 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 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 yeah 1 2 yeah 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 okay for the back 1 2 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 yeah 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 check 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 1 2 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 check 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Am I audible? Yeah, I am. I should go. Okay, go and sit. Hello. Yeah. Are you okay? Do you want me to speak? Okay. Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Hi. Testing, testing. Are you okay? You know the mix, I don't. Hello, hello. Isn't it too sharp? It seems it's too sharp. Hi. All right, so hello, how are you today? I hope you're doing great. I suck. Oh, sorry. Woo! Okay, let me take it down a bit. Is that okay? I think this is okay, right? Yeah, I think this sounds better. I think so. I can hear myself, and I can, because I can't hear myself. I can hear myself. I think this is better. Is this better? Can you hear me? Loud and clear? Yeah, I think this is better. What do you think?
focus as the currency for
in a special dua for the Nigerian Institute of Architects, ask Allah to guide the professional body which has been instrumental to the infrastructural development of the society as the Jumat programs lined up for the 40th anniversary celebration of the Abuja branch.
Abuja, as the capital of the Federation of Nigeria, is a city of pride. And behind the establishment of the cityscape of Abuja, architects play a vital central role. You will agree with me that the edifice we are standing here, the National Mosque, is a national monument. It is designed by an architect.
You listen to the Imam's khutbah. He focused on charity, giving good deeds. So now as architects, not just the profession, we also are urged to ensure that we give out charity, and not just architects alone, but the allied professionals and all other people in the society.
It's a joyous moment for us. We're celebrating excellence, we're celebrating continuity, and because we've had predecessors who have ensured that excellence, practice and excellence is being observed in the FCT. If you see what we have, the beautiful edifices that we have in the city of Abuja, you can see that a lot of work has been put in by the architects. This thing that we've been doing for 40 years continues, for a very long time. So we're going to be engaging with our clients. We're going to be engaging with our predecessors for over 40 years. We're also going to be engaging with the youths. This is to ensure that at the end of the day, we develop a more sustainable society for the Nigerian Institute of Architects Abuja chapter.
With much spiritual encouragement and guidance for members of the Nigerian Institute of Architects Abuja branch, the professional body in the built environment, led by its first Vice National President, says it is ready for a hitch-free event which focuses on mentorship and reflection on their achievements so far.
Girl, you're such a bad thing, looking so
Members and key stakeholders of the Nigerian Institute of Architects Abuja chapter has organized the golf tournament as part of its 40th anniversary celebration.
A total of 100 golfers competed for honors at the competition,
with 20 registered golfers from NIA Abuja chapter going against 80 other golfers from Tukuru Yusuf Buratai and Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Golf Clubs in Abuja, Shell Oguno Golf Club in Warri, Governor of Plateau State Simon Bako Lalong, as well as captains of the IBB International Golf and Country Club, who took part in the ceremony at tee-off, stressed the importance of having the friendly competition, which is aimed at half.
Golf has a lot of advantages. Golf has the physical exercise part of it. Lawyers play golf. I also advise the NIA members to also come join and start playing golf.
We're interested in the welfare of our members and their health. So it's something we want them to cultivate, an healthy habit through the game of golf. And we are glad that a lot of them have joined us today.
I've always been collaborating between the Nigerian Institute of Architects and IBB International Golf Club game and to support the less privileged.
The way we behave in the club, we celebrate, we collaborate, and we partner with everyone that is celebrating by organizing a tournament at the club, and that's why we're all here.
After a long day on the course, former Speaker, House of Representative Yakubu Dugara returned to the clubhouse with a gross of 85 and 70 nets to emerge the winner in the men's category, just as other winners in different categories were recognized during the medal and prize presentation ceremony.
I even surprised myself, and it was never my expectation that I was going to play as well as I did, and I think I played 5 under.
With the success of the tournament, NIA Abuja chapter says it will now hold the competition annually.
To mark the 40th anniversary celebration of the Abuja chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, series of physical, mental, and health exercises are lined up to herald the event. Roadwork that had the trappings of joy and gladness to the admiration of all. Architect Yomi Shola Adebi says the effort is geared towards physical fitness, healthy lifestyle, as well as mental alertness for maximum efficiency in the course of performing their duties.
We live in a very volatile, and we just need to stay fit and be healthy. When you are mentally healthy, you can handle issues, you maintain balance, and you can live healthier and live long.
And they just wanted to lay emphasis on the fact that people should begin to take cognizance and focus on their health.
It promotes cardiovascular health. It's advisable for you to undertake such workout from time to time.
We all need to exercise our body, so that was why I joined them.
You get to, lose weight, keep fit, and just general well-being.
We are here to do a walk, fitness, to mark the 20 for Black Pelican and 40 for NIA Abuja branch.
I believe exercise also helps you to release toxins from your body. So it's a very healthy thing to do.
We're celebrating the 40th anniversary of Abuja Architects.
They also canvassed for the creation of awareness on the need to embrace the use of renewable energy, installation of programmable thermostats to regulate air conditioning system efficiently and keep track on electricity usage with smart switches and sockets.
Yes. Come on, guys.
I came to town yesterday to do some meetings with some of our joint venture partners. I was informed by my executive director, who was a architect, that there was this health work and advocacy for to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the NIA. And so, because I am an exercise and fitness person, I also believe that all work and no play makes Jack a dull work. And so I decided to join.
NIA!
Building collapse is to embrace professionalism and to follow due process in design, planning, construction of buildings of all types. There is no small building. Even if it's a small cottage you're building, you must follow the process. The process is the same for all kinds of work in the built environment. If we do that and we hold our professionals accountable for what they are doing, both in the design, planning, and construction sectors, including even facilities management.
I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you feel me, make me know the fight. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. But I feel my eyes, but I'll be alright. Forever, on my laptop, on my keto, baby, on my sheet on. Say them go fit, them go money down.
Just leave am. They won't do presentation though.
Celebration, and we are commemorating it today with a Tabata session with Abuja and also a 7-kilometer fitness walk.
What is your partnership with?
Okay, so in Abuja chapter NIA, we don't work alone. We work with strategic partners and sponsors. Today is also Biennal 20th anniversary celebration, and we're collaborating because we want together we can, together we will. We want to cultivate an healthy habit for our members. We're passionate about their welfare and their well-being. We live in a very volatile, uncertain, ambiguous, and complex world. Challenges globally is amazing, and we just need to stay fit and be healthy. When you are mentally healthy, you can handle issues, maintain balance, and you can live healthier and live long. So this is what we represent, and this is what we do. We're going to be working today. Our friends are here, guests, partners working with us. Zanklin Hospital is supporting us. The Nigerian Medical Association is also a partner. We have other professional bodies, also estate surveyors, engineers, also working with us. We believe our members will do their health checks annually, maybe every 6 months. Health is wealth. When you lose your health, you lose everything. We work hard as architects. We must stay alive, stay healthy for our family, and even for our nation. So exercise is a good thing to do. Let's keep walking. Let's keep living.
And now sports. Former Speaker, House of Representatives, Yakubu Dogara, has emerged winner in the men's category in the just concluded Nigerian Institute of Architects Abuja chapter golf competition. Sports correspondent Francisca Bile reports that the tournament took place at the IBB International Golf and Country Club.
Members and key stakeholders of the Nigerian Institute of Architects Abuja chapter has organized the golf tournament as part of its 40th anniversary celebration. A total of 100 golfers competed for honors at the competition, with 20 registered golfers from NIA Abuja chapter going against 80 other golfers from Tukuru Yusuf Buratai and Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Golf Clubs in Abuja. Invited guests including former Governor of Plateau State Simon Bako Lalong, as well as captains of the IBB International Golf and Country Club, who took part in the ceremonial tee-off, stressed the importance of having the friendly competition, which is aimed at promoting wellness.
Physical exercise part of it. Lawyers play golf. I also advise the NIA members to also come join and start playing golf.
We're interested in the welfare of our members and their health. So it's something we want them to cultivate, an healthy habit through the game of golf. And we are glad that a lot of them have joined us today.
I've always been collaborating between the Nigerian Institute of Architects and IBB International Golf Club to deepen the game and to support the less privileged.
The way we behave in the club, we celebrate, we collaborate, and we partner with everyone that is celebrating by organizing a tournament at the club, and that's why we're all here.
After a long day on the course, former Speaker House of Representatives turned to the clubhouse with a gross of 85 and 70 nets to emerge the winner in the men's category, just as other winners in different categories were recognized during the medal and prize presentation ceremony.
I even surprised myself, and it was never my expectation that I was going to play as well as I did, and I think I played 5 under.
With the success of the tournament, NIA Abuja chapter says it will now hold the competition annually. In Abuja, Francis Kabile, NTA News.
I want to say dedicate this nomination for award to all of you, both all our architects, our builders, our surveyor, quantity surveyor, all of you, both house ESV, that is the quantity estate surveyor and valuer, and every other person. And I want to especially appreciate the Nigeria Institute of Architects, that is the Abuja chapter, for, according to English, for finding us worthy to be on their radar. That means what they do well. And inshallah, we know that we will come here, we will come and celebrate the award, inshallah. Thank you very much to the Nigeria Institute of Architects, to all of you, and of course to their secretary, Oga Nicholas Musa. Thank you, and thank you for all of us here for your Chukma station. Thank you for the nomination. I say, let me do this for the record.
As part of efforts to ensure that Nigerian architects are physically and mentally fit to produce sustainable architectural designs and practices that can reduce energy consumption, lower carbon emission, and promote a healthy lifestyle, the Institute has organized a 5-kilometer fitness and awareness walk for its members and partners in Abuja. Thomas Ogbetiri reports that the awareness walk is part of the 40th anniversary celebration of the Abuja chapter of the Institute.
To mark the 40th anniversary celebration of the Abuja chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, series of physical, mental, and health exercises are lined up to herald the event. This was followed by a 5-kilometer fitness and awareness road walk that had the trappings of joy and gladness to the admiration of all. Architect Yomi Shola Adebi says the effort is geared towards physical fitness, healthy lifestyle, as well as mental alertness for maximum efficiency in the course of performing their duties.
We live in a very volatile, uncertain, ambiguous, and complex world. The challenges globally is amazing, and we just need to stay fit and be healthy. When you are mentally healthy, you can handle issues, you maintain balance, and you can live healthier and live long.
And they just wanted to lay emphasis on the fact that people should begin to take cognizance and focus on their health.
It promotes cardiovascular health. You know, it's advisable for you to undertake such workout from time to time.
We all need to, lose weight, keep fit, and just general well-being.
We are here to do a walk, fitness, to mark the 20 for Black Pelican and 40 for NIA Abuja branch.
I believe exercise also helps you to healthy thing to do.
So we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of Abuja Architects.
They also canvassed for the creation of awareness on the need to embrace the use of renewable energy, installation of programmable thermostats to regulate air conditioning system efficiently and keep track on electricity usage with smart switches and sockets. In Abuja, Thomas Ogbet.
Just last 2 hours so that we can prepare for the awards night. So please, we'd like everyone to just make sure there is no empty seats in front of you. Can we just move to the front? We'll be out of here.
It may not go around, it may not get to those at the back, but I'll advise if you want to share in it, just move. Let's move, please. Just move to the front. You are VIPs now. If somebody is sitting next to you and two of you are at the back, just tell them it's the two of us that the MC is talking about. Can we move? Thank you. There are still empty seats in front. Let's come to the view is not beautiful from here. It's good we are compact together. Thank you. All right. So up next, and very quickly, we'll be taking a look at evolving tech in the AEC space. And we're talking about AI and everything in between. That's the first focus here. We wanted to do this before now. Alozi is a licensed architect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, currently chair admissions of the Nigerian Institute of Architects Abuja chapter, a chartered architect with the Royal Institute of British Architects, a strategic member of the Board of Architectural Education of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, and secretary to the Benevolent Fund of the NIA, the research staff of the Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute, a government organization saddled with the mandate to provide solutions to affordable construction methods, materials, and techniques. She is a graduate of the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and they still pride themselves as the best, the biggest, and the most respected. Currently, she's the acting DG of the AB Alumni Foundation, and she has over 10 years' experience in design, construction, and most importantly, research. She's a partner of the Icons Architeco OCA Limited. It's a design and construction firm known for delivering suitable and sustainable buildings. She is also a partner of I Create Africa, a non-governmental organization tackling promotion and nurturing talents in skills acquisition. Well, she is pursuing a research on sustainable development of optimizing energy efficiency through the use of artificial intelligence in buildings in Nigeria. She is also a member of the very well celebrated IVB Golf Course Club in Abuja. That means during her pastime, if she's not building, she's looking for holes in Abuja. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our panelist for this, moderator for this session is none other than Madam Zulaiha Baba Gire. Please put your hands together for as she comes up to lead us through the next session. She has agreed that she'll do this very quickly, and if you clap more, it will look like she's not coming from afar. So she's giving me permission to bring her other panelists very quickly. May I invite from D&B Emerging Tech, Faisal UK. Please put your hands together for him. Faisal is the founder and CEO of D&B Emerging Tech, a design technology firm focused on advancing tech architecture through innovative technology. He's also the co-founder of Architect Network in the UK, offering occupational design courses. And the next, of course, on this panel is Ahmed Al-Mustafa. Please clap for him. Ahmed Al-Mustafa is an architectural graduate from Abuja Zaria and is deeply engaged in the technological advancement driving the AEC industry. His interests span from basic CAD and BIM programs to cutting-edge AI applications that have also made the world and even those who own the internet to respect Nigeria. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time for architect Ahmed Mustafa. So our panel is constituted. In the next 25 minutes, they will turn the world into a space where AI is in charge. I wonder why AI will ask me when I want to open my Google form on another thing, and it says, confirm that you're a human being. Why will AI be asking me if I'm a human being? Should I not be the one asking AI? Please put your hands together for the panel.
Hello, testing. Yep, excellent. Good evening, everyone. It's actually, it's evening, right? Or is it afternoon? All right, good afternoon, everyone. And my panelists, thank you for coming. In today's rapidly evolving technological landscape, the integration of AI and IoT is just kind of reshaping industries and also redefining how we design, build and interact with our physical environment. So, Architect Ladiga mentioned something. He said his generation created tools, that subsequent generations are using. And our topic is now focusing, or we'll be discussing on evolving tech in the architecture, engineering, and construction space, which is the AEC space. We'll be talking about AI, IoT, and anything in between. Of course, my distinguished guests, who are two tech gurus, and from their citations, you can see that they have really done a lot in the AI space and anything in between. We appreciate you both, and to be honest with you, when I think of AI, what happens is I start to kind of be afraid of what the future might be, right? So I'll just give you kind of a story of what happened a few weeks back, kind of. There's this movie, it's called Three Body Problem. I watched this movie, and what happens is it's kind of, you have a helmet where there's an helmet that was I think sent by extraterrestrial beings or civilization, and you immerse yourself in this augmented reality, right? And it's kind of what they're trying to do is get the ability of the humans. So when I say extraterrestrial, I mean people that are outside of our worlds, and they're tapping the strengths and abilities of humans. So if they see you as a threat, they, alienate you, or they take you out. But if they see you as someone they can partner with to come and take over the world or the earth that we live in, they leave you there, right? So this is one of the things that scares us. And funny enough, as soon as we were watching this, they just said, oh, airports are shutting down. Why? Because whatever, until we knew that it was CrowdStrike and what have you, right? So this is one of the focus, right, for today's conversation. So I would like to start with you, Ahmed. Can you, in a very short way, explain to us how AI is being used in architecture, taking, of course, into cognizance design optimization, predictive analysis, and enhancing user experience within spaces?
Thank you very much for the question, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to start by demystifying the whole AI conversation. And it's been a while where we've been at this and people are scared. So basically, if you've done BIM before, and when you try to place a door, it refuses you from placing a door until you place it in a wall. That means a door has to have a host, which is some form of intelligence, right? As architects, you don't just place a door in the jungle. Basically, that's the most basic form of AI in operation. The computer is now able to understand real-world language to do some of its tasks, okay? So, and then this has now come to our industry where there's a lot of applications for it. As she has mentioned some, and we would like to start with maybe generative design. And generative design is, again, the technical term for that thing where you ask the computer to give you 2,000 possibilities of some certain criteria. You want a 2-bedroom flat, or you wanted 3,000 unit housing estate. So it generates these ideas for you, and that's one of the most common application. And I think so far Midjourney is the one taking the lead in that sector, because it's able to convert text to different images for you, whether it's a logo, whether it's handwriting, whatever it is. There's also predictive analysis, and to be honest, predictive analysis is multidimensional. Are you looking at traffic flow in a city? Are you looking at how many light bulbs you will need in the house? How many hours you would have to have those light bulbs on? Are you looking at the kind of heat, the energy consumption for you, but also energy savings when you tweak some of the parameters? So again, talking about parameters, because AI is hinged on a lot of things also that design. So it's now able to, for you to say, oh no, tweak the parameters. For instance, say we're doing predictive analysis of this room and you want to know how much sound that board is reflecting. It will tweak that and it will give you the possibility that this is what is going to reflect for you. In terms of acoustics, it will tell you how much it will absorb, how much it will reflect, where it's going to go. There's also, again, another popular application in architectural visualization. How many of us have had a try at, maybe in SketchUp, you have this AI renderer. There's quite a lot of them online now where you just send the snapshot of your model and you put in words like modern, mid-century furniture, interior, office in Nigeria, blah, 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 yada, 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 yada. And in about, depending on your internet strength in Nigeria, in a few seconds, it will give you an answer to say, these are the possibilities. So that's with visualization. Also, there's applications of AI in building maintenance, where you now have AI models predicting if you've installed a bulb that says it has 30,000 hours of function. It's able to tell you that 30,000 hours is going to come up 2 months from now. It's able to tell you that 30,000 hours will be due next week. So I hope that solves our Nigerian maintenance problem. Because you can see light years before something dies that it will die at that time. It's no longer reliant on human calculation. And again, that ties to Internet of Things, where everything is sort of connected in your house, in your office building, and you have a daily dashboard that you can go in and check all of these things. Earlier in the year, I took a course on GIS applications in AEC. We know AEC in the AEC industry. And part of what was interesting for me was the fact that earlier in the year, we had reviewed the design of a runway in some airport, and there was an analysis that wasn't done. And I found out that that analysis could be done by this software for me sitting in there. But in the process, it requires that you build a model, you do a lot of things. But AI is now helping you to do some of these things more easily. So with Internet of Things, your house is linked to your smartphone. I mean, these are things that already have how to get it done. And Internet of Things is one of those things that allows you, or that over time will now learn that every Friday you're the party type. And before you party, before you go out to party, you like to come back home at 6 p.m. and shower. So once it's around 6 p.m. on that day, it's going to start heating the water for you. It's going to start getting the house vibes into that
So we're
energetic
talking
vibe
about
for you to come back
Absolutely.
and prepare. So it's a lot of applications. The beautiful thing about AI is, just like humans, you can nearly train it to do every task you want. It depends on your investment of
Opportunity.
time.
All right.
Yes, I think I've said quite a lot.
Yeah,
I would like Faisal to maybe touch briefly on the applications.
You've actually said a lot. You started to touch on IoT, which is good. And this will take me to Faisal. Faisal, we can see how IoT devices are transforming buildings and infrastructure into smart environments, just like Ahmed had started to discuss. I'd like you to highlight how the convergence of AI and IoT leads to intelligent systems that can learn and adapt, offering innovative solutions for sustainable and responsive architecture. So if you can touch on well-being, comfort, and what have you, right? Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for the question. I think I'll take the long way around to answer that question.
All right.
I want to add a little bit to what Ahmed was saying in terms of AI. Usually when I look at any new technology or advancement in the AEC industry, I like to zoom out first, understand the context of every other industry before zooming back into architecture.
Absolutely.
And with AI, for example, I have a slightly different definition than what Ahmed gave. I use the original definition from Alan Turing, who is practically the father of AI. He wrote a paper in '52 explaining what AI potentially could become. And what he said was, eventually there's going to be something called the imitation game, where computers will become so advanced that they'll be able to fool human beings into thinking that they are also human. This today is called the Turing test after Alan Turing, but he called it the imitation game. And essentially that's what computer scientists are trying to do with AI. They're trying to create systems that mimic human intelligence and are able to fool humans into thinking it was either created or generated by humans, whether it's images or text or any other application that is produced. When it comes to AI, for example, generally there's three main areas where AI has advanced in the last 10 years, which is why it's so popular today. That's NLP, natural language processing. There's a vision, which is basically the ability to understand objects within images. So they call it AI recognition. There's also image generation, which Ahmed talked about. And then the third one is motion. So the ability to either create robots or sense the environment around it. And that's where the IoT comes in. IoT can be understood simply just as objects, everyday objects, whether it's a chair or a light bulb or a curtain, that have the ability to connect to the internet to either process information from the internet or send information to the internet. So there's generally four parts to IoT. There's a sensor, so whatever detects motion or whatever detects temperature or whatever the case is. There's the data processing, there's the network, and then there's the application. So those four things is, if you have all four, you'll have some sort of IoT framework, and you'll be able to sense data from the environment, and you'll be able to also control objects within the environment. Funny enough, this actually, I believe, started with Coca-Cola in something like 1982. They used it for their vending machine in order to know the stock availability within the vending machine to be able to know whether it's out of stock or whatever the case is. But today, of course, we're using it within architecture. And as you spoke about, for example, if we take, Vitruvius's firmitas, utilitas, venustas, right? The ability to have function and beauty and, utility and thermal comfort. So the idea is essentially to achieve this within architecture and optimize everything. So essentially, IoT can be literally anything. Today, it's being used still, I think we're at primitive levels where light bulbs can be controlled, electric outlets can be controlled, your curtains can be controlled. You have traffic, for example, in urban environments that can be controlled. But I think it's going to get much more advanced where literally every single object in society will be connected to the internet and be able to recursively send and receive data through the internet. That's a very brief explanation.
Yes.
I'm sure we'll dive more deep into
I
it.
think you've touched on it, and from what you're saying, it means that it will also be able to help control the thermal comfort of the environments that we live in, as well as the well-being. So especially in office spaces, these are part of some of the issues that are coming up. Well-being of occupants, and spaces. How do we ensure that the well-being and thermal comfort of occupants are being optimized? So I believe these are some of the areas that we'll be looking at. Faisal, we all know that in whatever you do, generally, right, there should be some form of regulations.
Yes.
Ethical considerations in order to curb abuse, right? How can we ensure data protection? And are there any current trends, current regulations to support this? I also thinking, right? Are there any standards to AI, IoT in architecture?
So that's a good question. I think this is it's a concern, not just for architecture, it's a concern in every discipline around. When it comes to regulations, personally, I look at it from both sides because I'm a consumer of AI, and also I'm a producer of a lot of technology that has, for example, data.
Yeah.
I have a metaverse company where we collect a lot of data, and we have to kind of have
Process.
policies around how we control,
Yeah.
how we restrict that data, how we secure it. I have other technology companies as well where I have to kind of think about that. So I'm on both sides. Generally, where I stand with data protection is, it might be a bit controversial, but I think we're moving towards a time where security and data are going to become a lot less, and transparency is going to become a lot more prevalent. A very general example is, if you know about crypto and the crypto trend over the last couple of years, who would have ever thought 20 years ago that the banking system or your personal bank accounts would be public record? That was the most preserved thing in everyone's life,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
But the blockchain is a public ledger where everyone, anytime, can see your transaction throughout history. And everyone jumped on board onto crypto. And I think that even though it's subconscious, I think that tells you where the trend of things are going in terms of becoming more transparent when it comes to data and things like that. Specifically when it comes to AI, I think what's probably going to happen, and I see this happening in a lot of conversations with a lot of the leading companies in this space, is data will still be used in terms of training algorithms, in terms of marketing, in terms of selling the data. But what's going to happen is more transparency. So as a user, you'll be able to opt in to that or opt out of it. And mark my words now, what's probably going to happen is you're going to be charged for it. So the free version of an app is going to be where your data is sold and used. If you have a paid subscription or you pay for the app, then you'll be protected in terms of data. It won't be sold, it won't be marketed or used for marketing and so on and so forth. In terms of data protection regulations, currently there's, for example, the GDPR in Europe specifically, where they are very strict on data protection. Nigeria also has its own version of that to do with data protection. In the US, there's a California standard that they use. But this isn't specifically for AI, it's actually generally for the internet, since AI is essentially a part of that, especially with cloud computing. And then to do with architecture specifically, there's no regulations, and this is actually one thing perhaps we could touch on, what that looks like. Because I think the regulations will very much dictate the direction of where things go, especially with the large looming question of, can AI replace architects? I think one of three major factors in sort of curating the future for architecture in terms of AI is the regulations in place, which the regulatory bodies or the agencies have to kind of dictate. I don't personally have an opinion on what should be done, but these are discussions essentially we can have.
All right, thank you so much. For Ahmed, are there any specific regulations governing AI in critical infrastructure? Hospitals and what have you, do we have them? If not, is it something we should look at?
Yeah, so as rightly said by Faisal, as rightly said by Faisal, you know, the legislation is what will guide everything and how it goes from now on. In June this year, I think mid-June, the African Union signed something about how to develop its own AI and try to get inclusion around the world. So I'm hoping that by doing that, it enables us to have a kind of set of regulations. Because when you think about critical infrastructure in terms of hospitals, airports, transport stations, tax systems, because there are digital infrastructure that also are going to be affected by AI in terms of banking sector. We definitely need regulations.
Absolutely.
Now, what direction they will take is what is now going to be put on the table and resolved. Because, again, as Faisal has said, you have to be aware that for these things to progress, where we want them to go and to automate things and really serve humanity, we have to accept a level of vulnerability with releasing our data.
Absolutely. So I was supposed to ask, but you've answered it on autonomy. How much should we allow, you know, the AI to be at the forefront? Should we, without human, you know, interference, you know? And thank you, you've touched on that. I just want to ask one question. Most of the prompt responses we get and queries for AI queries, right, are gathered mostly from available data, which largely lacks local content, especially the Afrocentric characteristics. Do you have an idea of what we can do to improve on this?
Okay, so, yes. Okay, yes, so there's a lot of restriction when it comes to AI today, whether you're using ChatGPT or you're using Midjourney, or you're using whatever other AI applications, because as Architect Zulaiha said, the data that they're trained on is just general information accessible on the internet. Also, there's a lot of controversy around that data as to, you know, proprietary data, the IP, who owns it. Elon Musk popularly restricted Twitter when he took over because a lot of people were scraping data off of Twitter in order to train their AI models. So there's a whole conversation around that. But when it comes to general models of AI, they're very general. And what you have to do is, if you want it to be specific, you have to train it on specific data. So for example, one of the things we've done in my company is we've built our own GPT, right? We call it ArchiGPT for now. It's just a placeholder name. But if you guys want to check it out, actually, it's free, it's open. You can go to dnb.tech/AI. And essentially what it is it's trained specifically on architectural data in Nigeria. An example for that is you can ask it, what are the setback laws, the front setback for hospitals? And it'll tell you 10 meters roundabout in Nigeria. You can ask it, for example, I'm an architect and I want to know what is the minimum hourly rates that I can charge as an architect practicing in Nigeria. And it'll tell you, for example, 65,000 naira to 100,000 naira based on the conditions of engagement of Archon. Or if you're a fellow, you know, of the NIA and you have over 30 years of experience, if you ask it, it'll tell you 125,000 to 225,000.
Excellent, excellent.
These are all very specific, contextual, and regional to Nigeria. And that's because we've trained it on, for example, the Abuja Development Control Manual and the Archon's documents and all these different documents that are not readily available to Gemini, ChatGPT, Meta, AI, Grok, and so on.
That is wonderful.
So these are things that we can do, for example, for for Nigeria.
That's actually wonderful. Yeah, that is wonderful, and it actually answers the question of whether AI can think for itself or not. I believe that Ahmed, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to add that again, this thing has happened because of our low participation. So one of the most important things is for us to start to try these things and to use a lot of local
traffic.
It's called prompts, but it's the way you phrase the question. So we now have to deliberately try to query these AI bots about these our local prompts. We have to start to create local content online. It doesn't matter. Sometimes what it does is that you've snapped a road in Abuja or in Calabar and you've uploaded it to Google Maps. So it has that as a source. and you've tagged it to the location. So our participation is also very crucial to what is available.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I would like to place this question to the General House. Anyone can collect the mic and say what they think about how can we as professionals ensure that the deployment of AI and IoT in buildings and infrastructure respects intellectual property rights of architects. How do you think we can do that? Just briefly, if there's anyone that wants to say anything in the General House. Is there anyone that wants to talk? No? Do you want to say something? You're sure? Do you want to say something?
Yes, actually. I just want to ask a question. Has anyone here participated in CAPTCHA on the internet? So if you've seen CAPTCHA, where you have to tick a box, it shows you pictures, and you have to select the stairs that you see, select the cats. By a raise of hand, has anyone participated in that? Yes? Okay, so just so you know, by the way, what you're doing there is you're training AI. So what that is, CAPTCHA stands for Completely Automated Public Turing Test to differentiate humans and computers, whatever, something like that. And essentially what you're doing is Google produced reCAPTCHA version 1, 2, and 3. Version 1 was text, so what they did was they show you screenshots of books, and you have to say what the text says. And what that does is it trains the AI on digitization of books. So you all helped Google digitize their public library.
Absolutely.
And then with the pictures, what's happening is you're training their AI models on objects. So they already have a sense of what it is. But if they show a cat, for example, to 200,000 people, and 200,000 people say that it's a cat, it now knows with more confidence that that is a cat. And all you're doing now with Midjourney and DALL-E and Stable Diffusion is a more fine-tuned version of that. So what's happening with AI today actually is not the byproduct. We're still at very early stages, and we're all in a public experiment to train AI to really produce what the future is going to be. I just wanted to add that in just so you guys know.
So you're actually just solidifying my fears of the fact that one day it's going to actually take over the human space.
No. Can I add some? If we have a second, I want to explain where I stand with AI.
So in a minute second, because I think time is up.
Okay, maybe next time.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I also want to say, I've noticed architect O.P. Ladega walked in and he missed the previous question.
Yes.
I think perhaps we didn't get a comment because there's still a gray area when you talk about intellectual property and architecture.
Absolutely.
But I think as a seasoned architect, that's something he knows about, and I'd love for him to make a comment.
Okay.
So you can just ask the question again and we hear his opinion.
Ladega, I think
sorry for putting you on this spot, sir.
We actually have run out of time. We have run out of time, please.
So
we have, yes.
1 minute to ask Ladega.
That would be borrowed time.
Okay, so I will borrow 1 minute.
Thank you, please.
Hello? No, it's them, from him. Okay, so the question is, how can we as professionals ensure that the deployment of AI and IoT in buildings and infrastructure respects intellectual property rights of architects?
Wow. That's quite a question, isn't it?
No wonder.
I actually did raise a question similar to that yesterday on the issue that, but that was relating to BIM, to say there is co-authorship, and there's always a question of who owns it. Now with AI, we get into a completely different realm. I suppose critically, any digital work that you have will have a digital signature. So my expectation is that that digital signature will signify where it originated to. The other good thing about the digital world is that you can always do an audit from any point, so that you can trace back, you can know the point at which the copyright was breached and by who. So we might actually have a situation where it's possible, to go after those who breach copyright, because they will leave an IP and other digital fingerprints of their taking, using, or consuming your intellectual property. So I think under those grounds, we might actually should be feeling safer, but out there is also the dark web.
All right, thank you.
I hope that answers the question.
I think you've been able to answer to a certain degree, and my hope is that the AI doesn't make us lazy as architects, and as we continue to embed this intelligence in our buildings or built environments, it is my hope that the roles of architects will be enhanced with newer possibilities to proffer solutions to challenges rather than become a problem. Thank you so much, and thank you, my so wonderful guest. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you very much. We'll quickly take a group photograph of the panelists. We'll invite our keynote speaker to join them. Yes, sir. That was done with the help of AI. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the panel one more time. AI is good when you have network. I was going to visit a friend in Maraba, and I just put it on the map. It was smooth sailing when I was going. I got to AY, it was beautiful. It was when I got to Kugbo, I was crossing, and the team first said, network lost. I said, okay, it's a straight road. By the time I got to Maraba, where I was supposed to turn, it was the Google that asked me, where are we? We'll take a few. I'll want to appeal to the next panel. They are here. They've been waiting all day, but we have a few of our sponsors to just take 3 minutes each to just tell us something about their products. It will help our job to get better. May I invite the representative of Ceramco Trading Limited. Please, do we have their representative here? Can we have you? Please put your hands together as the representative of Ceramco Trading Limited comes up. Please clap for him. He's coming from far. I'll also want to tell the urban routes to get ready. Immediately after this, you'll be doing your 3 minutes. Please clap for him.
Thank you so much. Greetings to the executives of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Nigeria. And I also want to send my salute to all the brand chapters that are here seated, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Damilare Victor Erinfolami. I'm here to represent a brand that is called Ferry. And the name of our company is Ceramco Trading Limited. We are the premier manufacturer of Ferry brand of porcelain tiles in Nigeria. The company is established in the year 2017, and we are confident in this product that we have been able to put together since then, and that is why we are proudly associating with the Nigerian Institute of Architects. We've been associating and we've been participating in events, even with Lagos chapter of the association. I want to begin by giving you a quote by Elsie the Wolf that says, "I'm going to make everything around me beautiful. That will be my life." That informs this product that we are put together in Ceramco Trading Limited called Ferry. We began the journey, just like I said, in 2017. And as of this year, 2024, we've been able, through this durable product of porcelain tiles, able to sell and contribute our own quota to the built environment with 5,500,000 square meters of this product spread all over our country, Nigeria, and some West African countries. This product particularly has become a household name all over our country, and we are confident to present it to you also because it's a very durable product. It's a porcelain tiles with style, and it's a porcelain tiles with an aesthetic pleasure to everyone that has been able to use it since we have been making these product offerings since 2017. Our company, over 6 years ago, Ceramco Trading Limited, was founded to redefine and to present a porcelain tile and sanitary ware with a focus on customer satisfaction. We embody a mission to produce high-quality products. Our product that we also give an AKA Ferry Porcellanato Italiano is a product that has become an household name in Lagos, and we are also exploring the northern part of Nigeria with this product. Our vision as a company is to be the top global choice of premium porcelain tiles. And we've been doing that by extending our reach even beyond Nigeria onto Nigeria Republic. And our mission is to create a premium porcelain tiles that excel in durability, beauty, functionality, and versatility. I continue by this quote from Nate Beckus that says, "Your home should tell the story of who you are and be a collection of what you love." And what is this having to do with our product? We have created 4 collections of designs that we use to express the aesthetic beauty of our product, the durability of it, and the feel of these products. The first one is the Legno collection. We have Cemento collection. We have the Pianura collection. And these products, according to the Italian names that we give to them, are signifying the looks that you feel from this collection of designs. The first one here, the Cemento collection, we designed them to look like all these kind of cement looks. And the other one that is the Legno collection is giving the wood looks, And the Pianura one talks about the plains, the plain colors. And the Natural is a collection of designs that talks about how the environment looks. We make some of these designs to even look like the cloud and natural things that you can see around you. I have some of those designs here to show you. Pietra Fort is part of the Cemento collection, and the Pietra di Vicenza is also part of the Cemento collection. Betla Helby and Omo, they are part of the Legno collection. The Pianura collections contains of Avora and Gigios Curio. We designed a barcode for you to scan in case you want to see more of our designs. I don't know if you can take the pen to use your phone to scan this. This will give you access to more of our designs. And you can also visit our website for you to see more. We also have some collection of sanitary wares that are very durable. We have discovered that the flushing system of sanitary wares over time became a problem, And it's always, most of the time, the reason why some of them don't last long. And therefore, our flushing system are Gibrit made, and they last long, and they give you the value for your money. Why must you buy this product that we call Fairy? Fairy tiles, they give you that aesthetic feel that when you lay these tiles, we are confident that no matter the design that you choose out of our collections, they are going to give you that different feel and aesthetic pleasure that you cannot see with any brand of tiles in Nigeria. And they are also very durable. The durability, we pride ourselves to boast to give you a warranty of 10 years on this product. And since 2017 that we've been giving this product offering, there has been none of our clients that has made a claim against this warranty. And we sell these tiles to traffic areas like churches. We sell it to supermarkets, and people's homes are adorned with our products. Because it's durable, you can boast of the longevity of the product also. And you just have no bother about the maintenance of the tiles. You can clean it with water or just little detergent. And it's also eco-friendly. This product that is designed for you is not depleting our natural resources. We actually made this product out of the need of quality that we perceive in our society. So this product has 70% local content in it to provide what you need that can be gotten in a foreign land locally here in Nigeria. And that quality remains the same even with the imported one. It has high resistance to abrasion, and what can you want to think of? I want to personally invite you to our stand just outside the exit door at the back there, and I'm going to be inviting you to our Abuja showroom that is located at Adetokunbo Ademola Crescent, just in Wuse 2. We'll be looking forward to see when you patronize this product, you will never regret it because it is durable and this product is also affordable. Thank you so much for your time. We're looking forward to welcome you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Ceramco Trading, and it says they're looking forward. They use ceramics everywhere, and we appreciate you for doing what you're doing. We'll invite this time around from Urban Roots. Please, representatives, can we have you here, please? Please clap for them. I'd asked a child once, I said, what would you like to become in future? And the little girl said, I'd like to be a pharmacist. I thought that was professional. So I asked her, I said, why do you want to be a pharmacist? She said, because I like farming. Please, Urban Roots, put your hands together for them.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy 40th anniversary once again. Yeah, I'm Olushola Toluwase, representing Urban Roots. Am I here? Representing Urban Roots. Who are we? By the name, a lot of questions have been asked. Urban Roots. What do you do? Are you guys into herbs? I'll say no. We are a manufacturing company, and we're a PVC manufacturing company here in Abuja. And a fully Nigerian-owned business, owned by one of your member, a person of architects, Abubakar Bukar. And our goal is actually to give to the construction and building industry sustainable materials. What are sustainable materials to us? Materials that you can use, you can rely on, and it will save you a lot of cost on a project lifetime. And part of this is our very pioneering product, which is, is that working? Okay. Which is the Urban Roots PVC board. The urban root PVC board comes in its standard sizes of 2.4 by 1.2 meters or 4 feet by 8 feet in dimension. It's about 18 mm thick and is highly durable, it's very flexible, it is recyclable, and these are one of the qualities we look into when it comes to sustainability, because we don't want to become a company that encourages polymer waste in the future. So we encourage our users, after use, or you have a damaged board, unlike the times you have in your construction sites where you're done with your wooden formworks, that you either use them for firewood or something else, you can bring it back to the company. We get it back from you, we crush it down. It's a new raw material to us, and it comes back to you in form of a price rebate. So these are the qualities and these are the functionalities that we bring into the market to you that will become our customers. And the board is equally a grade B2 fire retardant, which makes it suitable in such occasions where your plight may be on the fact that if there's a fire outbreak, this will not support the need for you it will not support combustion so quickly within a particular environment. And this will move me to the second product that we have. Oh, let me tell you one more thing about this. Urban root PVC board gives you 20 times the reusable factor in construction. That's far more than what you will get with your medium or low range marine boards, plywoods, whatever you have. Because of its water resistance capability as well, you can do very well during the rainy season like we have right now. So your construction projects can be going on. You don't have issues with storage. You don't have to run away from the water. We actually use the water to our own advantage. So our second product is, okay, these are some of the areas where you can actually apply the boards as well. And they are very much applicable to aesthetic use. If you have a particular screen wall that you need to have a particular design for, it's very popular. You have metals being used for screen designs, but you can equally use our urban roots products with a CNC rotary cutting or laser cutting. You can have these designs beautifully made, easily done, very, very, very easy to get suited, and it will be done to your sizing, and it will make sense. And its qualities last very, very, very long, because a lot of questions have been asked. How long does this stand, considering the weather and whatever situation you might find the material? I can guarantee you it stays a very, very long time in any weather, in any situation. So our second product is the conduit electrical pipes. And we have this pipe in the 20 mm and 25 mm dimensions. And it's equally very durable, very flexible. And it performs, if not, permits me to say, if not better than what you are currently used to. We have these pipes available to you. And they are fairly priced, as you may want to ask as well. So you can consult us for your PVC piping, whatever sizes you might need them. We are here for you. So Urban Roots, we are basically a company committed to sustainability. We are committed to our customers. We are committed to quality. Moreover, being a Nigerian company, we are here to actually make things that we as a country, we as a nation can be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll now move quickly to another in the anticipation that they will do as quickly as we have from the Urban Roots. May I invite the representative of Nails Realty Limited. Are they here? Please clap for them. They're coming from behind. To representatives, can we have you? I prefer to have the management staff, not the marketer, so that they'll just talk straight to the point. Yes, please put your hands together for Madam.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not going to take much of your time. NIS Realty is a real estate firm. We are principally in Abuja, and we do eco-friendly houses. We build with the environment at heart. And what we stand for is professionalism. Now, the question of real estate firms building and just creating spaces and all of that in the built environment is what we are trying to change. So in NIS Realty, what we do, we are not just a real estate firm. We are not just creating spaces and pushing them out there. We are professionals within. So we have architects, we have engineers, we have planners, and so our spaces are such that when you are within the spaces, the question of heat transfer and all of that is taken care of. So in essence, NIS Realty is it's a real estate firm that is building with the environment at heart. We are designing with the environment at heart. We are building with the environment at heart. So we have a prototype of some of our units that we are going to be engaging with very soon, just at the entrance of the pavilion. So if you want to have, ask more questions as to what we are currently putting out, you can do that at the end of, when you step out of the hall. That's what we're about. We're a real estate firm building with the environment at heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing I love about their houses is that they say they have homes built with you and the earth at heart. Please clap for them. There's one beautiful thing about the smart access gate. If you are living in an estate and you have not paid your access fee, that's when you just know that it's not good to live in a smart area. And if you have madam that is in charge of the pin, she will just, you press the pin and the gate will tell you, sorry, sir, I can't open now. Say, why? Say, madam, say you should go back to where you are coming from. We'll invite the representative of Daikin to come and make their presentation. Please put your hands together for them. Can we have you? Are they here? All right. World Plastics for Construction Industries and Advanced Piping Systems. Get ready. But Daikin is here. Is it? Oh. World Plastics. Okay. Let's take World Plastics while Daikin is putting themselves together. Okay. You've been there since. Okay, welcome. Please clap for him. Clap for him. He's coming. World Plastics, please don't go too far. Stay around.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Architects here present. My name is Kadri Olarinwaju. I'm a consulting sales engineer with Daikin Air Conditioners. I actually thought I would have the whole day to bore you with some gibberish about engineering, as our brothers in the AEC, our brothers and sisters in the AEC industry. But alas, I have little or no time. So I would like to introduce Daikin. Foremost, Daikin is a Japanese company Daikin is the leading AC manufacturing brand in the world. And as we all know, air conditioning system has evolved over the years. So we have the window units from the 1980s to the eye wall split units, the ducted units, and now we have smart systems, central systems where you can use one single outdoor to multiple indoor units. But at Daikin, what are we selling? We are not just selling equipment, we are selling solutions. Solutions that target our goal as people. And such goals include sustainable cooling, carbon neutrality, among some other environmental issues that affect us as a people. So Daikin was founded in 1924. So Daikin is 100 years old this year. And on this note, I'd like to congratulate the NIA Abuja chapter on your 40th anniversary. Well, Daikin has a global presence in over 5 continents of the world. And we are so, because of the evolution of air conditioning and it's been a huge investment, we are at the forefront of research and development in the HVAC industry, and which is shown by our commitment, as you can see from this facility in Osaka, in Japan. So why is Daikin selling? Why are we selling a solution that is environmental friendly and sustainable cooling? One of the reasons why is because we are the first HVAC company to create an eco-friendly HVAC system that uses the R32 refrigerant gas. This particular gas has a low global warming potential, so you don't need to worry about your carbon emissions, the footprint from carbon emissions. We also have a variable refrigerant volume system, the VRV system, which is a patented technology to Daikin air conditioners, which basically means you pay for what you use. That means the energy you consume is only based on the demand. We also have, this same technology makes use of the inverter technology, and we also use a variable refrigerant technology, which also supports sustainable cooling. So the need, as we're all aware, there's a need for sustainable cooling across the world. So we all are aware of housing deficits, and one way to solve housing deficits is by going vertical. We have vertical constructions all over the world, but then vertical construction doesn't necessarily solve the infrastructure problem we have with regards to power, which is one solution that Daikin sells. Smart systems that consume as little power as it can possible. And one of the advantages of using this system is the energy efficiency ratio. We have systems that have high energy efficiency ratios, which basically means that we produce more cooling per kilowatt of power consumed. So why is Daikin sustainable? Because from the point of production, we have measured our CO2 emissions to be about 1%, the end of life of our equipment, about 9%, and development and production and sales, CO2 emissions are down. And generally, we have above 90% energy consumed when you use Daikin products. So some of the services, some of the benefits of using Daikin air conditioning systems, you have reduced electrical bills. There's a possibility of you to incorporate smart controls in your system, which further increase your energy efficiency. You have lesser breakdowns, and you have a better cost of ownership. That means your life cycle cost is actually reduced. This is the Daikin Middle East head office in Dubai, and just to show you how serious we are about sustainable cooling, the facility here is powered strictly by solar power, and the annual production reaches about 900 kilowatts of power, and we are able to have 20% cost savings and carbon footprint reduction of about 43% compared to if we're running on fossil fuels. of fossil power. So this is the facility. The facility houses a factory, some offices, and a showroom. So this is a rundown or just a brief of some of the products that we have. We have solutions that cater to residential equipment, hot water heating solutions, shops and offices, factories, and medical facilities and the likes. This is just an overview of some of our equipment. I'll be happy to discuss further. Please, anybody interested in some of our products, you just signify and I'll be happy to discuss this with you. So for our applied systems, also known as chilled water systems, we have for comfort cooling applications, some hotels, for healthcare and pharmaceuticals, industrial, data centers, district cooling, and some other applications. We are also into refrigeration applications, and this is our product range. We also have solutions for automation. We could incorporate automation into our systems, which gives you better control of the systems. So beyond our products, we offer services. We, through our partners, we offer annual maintenance contracts, after-sales services, and the likes. So we also have training centers in Lagos where we could have a partnership agreement where we train partners on how to handle this systems, because from experience we've come to realize that systems are only as good as the installers or the whoever is installing them. So we as earlier discussed, we don't just sell equipment to you. We see it as selling a solution. So we go ahead and also train you on how to install this equipment. So our office in Lagos is at the Millennium Towers. Our head office is in Dubai. So this is our team in Lagos. We have a local presence, and our local presence covers the pre-sales. That's the design. We'll work with you on your project, the design phase, during the project, and after and during the life cycle of the project, especially after sales service. So this is just some of our landmark projects. The Arc Legacy project in Ottawa, which is currently ongoing. The refurbishment of the National Theatre in Lagos, the Emerald Grand Hotel, Dangote Refinery, Black Diamond Hotel, and so on. So please visit our stand, and we'll be happy to discuss with you on some of our solutions, which could help on your project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. May I now take World Plastics for Construction Industries Advanced Piping Systems. Please clap for them as they come. Representative is coming already. Please clap for him. He travels from far.
Hi, how are you? I am Engineer Luay from World Plastic for Construction Industrial. We are Jordanian manufacturer from 1984. We produce many products as BBR, PVC, BEX. Yeah. This is the video. This is our manufacturer in Amman, in Jordan. We are from 1984, as I said before. We have BBR, different color, blue, green. BBR, this is BEX. We have BEX too. We have BREET. We have many products as HDB pipes, and we have CPVC, we have electric pipes, and our PVC, we have different color and different size pipes and fittings. We have high quality products. This is electric pipes too. We have wide range of product of plastic pipes and fittings for construction. We have fittings, good fittings. We have Italian fittings for BEX. We have BEX with aluminiums. All the solution for plumbing material and accessories, we have it. We have guarantee for our pipes for 50 years. And we are from 1984. We have our office in Lagos. And we have been 9 months in Nigeria. This is our UPVC line, if you can see. We have 6 bar, 10 bar, 16 bar, We have all the fittings. You can use it for construction, for infrastructure, as you can see, and it's 100% PVC. It's virgin material. If you can see, it will not break the pipe. It's high quality. We guarantee our pipes, and you can see the videos. It will not break. You will not have a leakage, because the leakage is a huge problem when you make a building or make any construction. So we maintain all the quality. We have these colors. We have blue color. We have green color. We have white color. And this is our BBR. We have different size of BBR from 20 millimeters to 160 millimeters. We have all the fittings. We have experience in BBR more than 50 years. We use always virgin material, and we have third-party inspection. Our manufacturer, all our pipe are tested, and you can see you can see the flexibility of the pipes. And we make a test for the cold, for freezing, and for high temperature. It can until 20 bar. We have 25 bar. It can be until 95 Celsius degree. And always we test all our pipe in our manufacture. We have welding machine. We can make a training for the team. We test all our pipe, and we are providing training for the plumber, providing tools to make it in right way. This is our pipes and fittings, and we guarantee our pipes, our BBR more than 50 years. We have a warranty for 50 years. This is Etihad Tower in Abu Dhabi, the longest building in Abu Dhabi. It's from small pipe to big pipe. All the plumbing material from our manufacturer have been now 15 years. This Etihad Tower. My stand is outside. My office in Lagos, in Agungi. You can meet me. You can know more information about our manufacture and our product. We have stock in Nigeria, and we have many customers in Nigeria. If you're looking for good quality product and good price, we have a stand outside, and you can meet me. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for him. Well, just before I bring the panelists up, I've been told that there's one little discussion, something that's an impromptu fire chat. Permit me to invite our Secretary, Architect Nicholas Musa, to come forward. Please put your hands together for him. Is he here? Can you bring him forward, please? Architect Nicholas Musa has been invited. Can you clap for him, please? There's a fireside chat. We'll get you to sit down. Please clap for him as he comes up. Yes, come and sit here. He has not sat down in 1 week. He has been going everywhere. Let's sit him down for small. There's a chat. There's a discussion. Okay, so sit down. So, for me, it just looks like the world ended. The world stopped for some time to have him sit in one place. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is a message. I will read it briefly for him, and then I'll invite his partner who will chat with him on the stage. And this is the message. It says, imagine a Nigerian architect whose name resonates with excellence and creativity across the nation. He is a master of his craft, known for designing, known for his job. In the workplace, he is not just a leader, but a mentor. His friendly demeanor makes him approachable, and colleagues admire his ability to balance creativity with meticulous attention. At home, he is a devoted husband, deeply loved, who admires passion for work, and we love him so much. In every aspect of his life, the architect exemplifies what it means to be both visionary and grounded individual. His work is beautiful. At home, he is loved. Now, before you clap, let me tell you who wrote this message. This message is from none other than Madam Bridget Musa, his wife. Please put your hands together for him. May I therefore invite our ESCO members as we come out to help celebrate him on his birthday. Please put your hands together for him.
Team Troublemakers. These are Team Troublemakers, and he's the head of the Troublemakers.
How old are you now? May the good Lord bless you. 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 Architect Nina, we want you up here. Hip hooray! Hip 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 hip. Hip 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 hip. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so says all of us. Hooray! So says all of us. And so says all of us. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so says all of us. Congratulations.
Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. Congratulations and happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, sir. We had to just do that quickly. Thank you very much, madam, for making the night beautiful. While they get seated, we will want to invite our panelists for the Fireside Chat 5.0. And this time we have discussing project finance and development, creating value in a rapidly changing landscape. I'll bring our panelists first, and then I'll bring the moderator to join. May I invite our director for Altair. Is many things in one, but today we are simply going to refer to him as a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Let's welcome Mr. Femi Adewale. Please put your hands together for him. We have also Director of Business Development at the Centenary City. Please welcome Olayinka Adebimpe. Please welcome him, MNIA. Abiodun Owoborode is our fellow Nigerian Institute of Architects and is the CEO and Principal Consultant of Oak Development Limited. Is our moderator for this panel. Please put your hands together for him. Our other panelist, okay, he's here. Please clap for him, clap for him.
Good evening, all. Good evening, distinguished architects, ladies and gentlemen. You're all welcome, and we're happy to have you all here celebrating with us in the Abuja chapter. Earlier this morning, I stepped out. I went into the bathroom, and as I was going into the bathroom, Architect Ladega, the keynote speaker, was stepping out of the bathroom, and I had a 2-minute discussion with him, and we discussed some other things, and he left me with 1 or 2 things in my mind that were quite instructive. So when I got back into the hall, I was thinking about it, and lo and behold, he was there during his keynote address, and he got to the point where he was talking about project delivery, the procurement processes, and all of that. And when I thought he had given me something to think about earlier on in the morning, he came up with another banger. It's all about finance. It's all about finance. And I thought that was the perfect intro to this session. It's all about finance. From time immemorial, architects have been on the forefront of delivering delivering projects that change the way we live, the way we, in fact, change culture over time. Not just building projects, but even infrastructural projects. You have architects like Santiago Calatrava, who has been involved with designs of bridges and all of that. But it's one thing to design and conceptualize these schemes. It's another thing to see them come to life and being usable in the environment. Having said that, project finance is extremely critical. Project financing is extremely critical. It's all the framework that we need to put together to ensure that our designs, our concepts leave the drawing board, leave the paper, and go on site. And that is why what Architect Ladiga said in the morning is critical. It's all about finance. So without further ado, I'll be going on to my panelists. I'll throw this question to both of you, then we'll take it up from there. What is project financing? Please, you can take it for a stab. Yeah. What is project financing?
Okay. In a short term, it's just a way of finding funding for the project. There are different ways of doing that, and there are different methods of doing it. But first of all, what financiers look at is this project viable? If I give you the money, can it pay back? What is the payback period that we're looking at? And do you have off-takers? I use the word off-takers for real estate projects. A lot of people want to know that you have people who are already interested, because if it's a real estate project, you're actually not the obligor to the loan. It is the people who are buying from you that are actually the obligor to the loan.
Thank you very much. Sir, please can you go on.
I actually thought I'd escaped these questions, but look, I think he's answered it. But primarily, project finance is how do you mobilize capital to execute projects? And primarily, it's just one of those resources that you need. You need materials, you need people. Finance is critical in terms of delivering your project. So financing is really about how do you mobilize different sources of capital and types of capital to execute your projects.
Thank you very much. So right now, I mean, the table has been set, and we have an overview of what project financing is. Actor Adewale, there's something I found very interesting when I was going through your profile. You've worked in this finance space, and you've not just worked for a few years, you've worked for, so many years. And I also found it interesting that you've worked across several countries. You've been in Kenya as the acting MD of Shelter Africa. You've been in UK. And of course, we know what you did with the family homes in Nigeria here. The question I have for you is, from your experience, what would you think are the global impacts of economic shifts in project financing in Nigeria?
Okay, yes, you're right. I've been in project finance now for 30 years. So from a very early career in architecture, bounced into investment banking and project finance. So for the last 6 years at Family Homes Funds, I've been confronted with how do we get capital into projects in Nigeria. And over those 6 years, I think we did about 80 billion naira worth of capital into various housing projects. But look, it's perhaps not what you want to hear, but we're facing very significant economic headwinds, which makes project finance much more difficult now than I've ever experienced over the last 30 years I've worked in this environment. So it doesn't exist on its own because, as my colleague said, the whole space of project finance is basically intermediation. Somebody is buying money or getting money from somewhere, is giving it to you as a promoter of a project, and is expecting to make a margin. So if the cost at which he's getting that money is high, he's going to load his own margins on, and you'll get it at a higher price. So where are we today in Nigeria? Where are the sources of project finance? Basically you have three broad buckets. Your banks, your commercial banks, is typically a no-go area because, one, philosophically, most of them consider project finance as a high-risk area, so the margin that they load on it is very high, but also because they are having to find out that the cost of capital to them is much more expensive than it needs to be. And therefore, the cost of capital to you as potential borrowers is now much higher. I think now some are doing as high as 31, 35%. So I don't know what kind of development you want to do that you can finance with that kind of pricing. So that's probably a no-go area. We had our capital markets that was beginning to come up quite well, actually up to about 2020. But now the government is the biggest buyer of capital in the capital market. So government is the safest buyer, is buying at about 18 to 21%, which means that if any of you want to go to the capital market, you can only buy north of what the government is buying for. So now you probably can't escape from getting capital from a capital market for anything short of just under 30%. Okay, so that's a very big challenge, and that's because government is buying so much money from the domestic debt market. So very difficult situation. And then, of course, you find the development finance institutions. So again, when I headed Shelter Africa, a huge amount of capital into the Nigerian market. But the volatility of our foreign exchange also now shot that in the head, in the sense that you probably can get dollar loans now for 5%. It's going down 5% up onto 7%. But look, it looks cheap. But if you are taking a dollar loan in February 2023, you will be sweating now. And therefore, that's also become a no-go area. So all of our three traditional buckets are now red flagged. So what is left for financing projects in Nigeria? We have to think outside the box. I was very impressed with the last session around technology. So there's some new emerging thoughts around democratizing capital. So there's some young people who are coming up with crowdfunding to support projects. It has taken off in very many parts of the world. Actually, in Kenya, a significant part of project finance, and they face the same macroeconomics, by the way. A significant part of project capital into financing is coming from fintech institutions that are mobilizing capital from large numbers of individuals. It probably doesn't give you a full cover, but close to 70 to 80% of some of the capital that's coming onto that space now is coming through this fintech approach, sometimes cooperative.
of the ways out of it is syndicating foreign investment into the local market. But for this to happen, the government has a major role to play, I would think. Architect Oluyinka, from your experience being a real estate developer yourself and working with the Centenary City Development, which I know is an engagement with the government and foreign investors and local investors too. What would you say has been your experience with the government role in attracting foreign investment for project financing in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. Well, government, okay, let me take us back. You mentioned Centenary City. Centenary City is actually started as a government project, but it's solely private. Government has just 5% equity in the development.
All right.
So what we've been doing is actually trying to syndicate loan, investment into the country. And one of the challenges we found is that majority of the people ask us for guarantee. Our banks are not ready to take land equity. They're not ready to take land as equity or to guarantee the loan. So what else do we want? Or how do we guarantee the loan? Because it's not a government project, getting sovereign guarantee becomes a challenge. So in trying to get funding for a project of that nature, and we also found out a problem. Majority of our bank, based on our capital base, they're not ready to actually give you more than a certain amount of guarantee that you will probably be able, that will make foreign investment to be comfortable in wanting to invest in the project. So that has been the problem. Our capital base of our bank is very little. You can't approach them for guarantee. You need to syndicate a few banks together to be able to get something that will be comforting to a foreign investor.
So invariably, our government still has a lot to do.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You know, one of the things that made me very happy when I knew both of you were going to be panelists in this panel discussion was the fact that both of you were architects. So I felt, number one, you'll understand what the pains and of architects are, or what they're faced with when they attempt to syndicate funding for their projects, number one. Then two, you understand the architectural processes. So that made me very happy that we had two panelists who would understand what architects go through. The question I have now has to do with data. Data is extremely important. In fact, like I like to say, architects are apex utilizers of data. Everything we do starts and ends with data. When you were in Shelter Africa, Architect Adewale, I know you relied on so much data because many of your interventions across Africa were in the housing sector. And you needed to know what the deficiencies were in the housing sector for you to be able to even intervene in the first place. Nigeria, I'll give an example, has had issues with even knowing the exact numbers of our housing deficiencies. From 6 years ago, which was about 17 million, we're now at figures of 24 million. But there's no empirical data that can be anchored on some of these data that we bandy about. The question is, what is the significance of data in project financing?
Okay, look, data is critical, but and I know that this is contentious. I say that in terms of where Nigeria is and where Sub-Saharan Africa is, we're so far behind where we need to be that as critical as data is, it should not be a go or no go issue for us. So when people say, oh, we don't know how many houses we need in Nigeria, and the figure is between 8 million or 15 million, I said, good point, but that doesn't really matter much, because even if it was 1 million, we're nowhere near doing anything about the 1 million.
So we shouldn't stop anything because we're looking for data. So I think that's kind of balances the view that data is important, but let it not stop you moving forward. We need to be pragmatic. So the second point then around the importance of data is that the actual fact that for most African countries, and I've worked around 45 of them, is the fact that there is some kind of data, just not the way that the Europeans, for example, analyze and hold it. As a much more sophisticated system. So when I worked in England for 25 years, for my city, I could, at the touch of a button, I could understand how much housing Hertfordshire needs in 3 years, and where those houses are needed, and what price band. But I can't do that in Nigeria. But what I can do is that the Bureau of Statistics, which is significantly underestimated, has a huge amount of household income data that is dating back almost 25 years that most people don't look at. It requires some further analysis to make it useful, but it is there. It is there. We can tell how many houses in Nigeria don't have internal toilets, and all of that data have been collected by the BOS over years. You know, but again, culturally, we are not a data-oriented people. And I think that as architects who are working, for me, in all of the work that I do, at Family Homes, we are heavily focused on collecting data. In fact, we mined a huge amount of data from the Bureau of Statistics and the National Population Commission. We had to do a lot of work to clean it up, to get what we want. And now in a personal capacity, there's a lot of data work that I'm doing with the World Bank and RIA. So there's a lot of work going on around data if you want to look at it. But it's also important, having said that, it shouldn't hold us back, because we need to understand what data is telling us. And one of the critical issues that data is telling us now is that going forward, 75% of our housing need will be for young people who are below 30. But our production is totally the opposite.
In the other direction.
Okay, so when people are talking about finances, so as a finance person, if you brought a deal to me that was all these big, fancy Abuja 350 million naira houses, frankly, I will not be very interested. Because I know you are building outside of the flow of the market, and I'm not about to go that direction with you. But if you brought me a deal that was focusing on building homes for young people, who are now the majority of our working population, I will be excited. I will be at least be keen to talk to you.
Wow, wow.
Okay? That is what data leads you to do.
Wow. Wow, very impressive stuff, sir. Very, very impressive stuff. And what I gathered earlier from what you said and your experience with gathering data when you were with Family Homes is that while architects and our practices are utilizers of data, we should also be in the process of collecting and analyzing data. You know, that's what I can gather from you. So, because if we gather data, analyze it, and store it, I mean, it can become relevant and useful for any other person. Thank you so much. Actor Oluyinka, one major problem with financing, project financing of any type in Nigeria, is currency fluctuation. I mean, it's a major, major problem. Exactly 18 months ago, the naira to the dollar was about 1,765. Today, I'm not even very sure if it's 1,575 or 1,600.
1,600 today, 1,620 today.
And I want you to speak to us as one, as an architect, then two, as somebody who operates in that space. How do you mitigate against the negatives of currency fluctuation? Because we're never going to get to the point where we'll stop having projects. We'll continue to have projects because we have housing needs, we have infrastructural needs. So projects will keep going on. But at any point in time, the financier of a project and the end user of the project, inclusive of the developer, are all interested in the final cost. So how do you mitigate against the negatives of currency fluctuation in Nigeria when you're developing the framework for project financing?
Okay. Please, you permit me. I would like to make a contribution to your earlier question on data.
Okay, go ahead.
I was involved in a project in 2015.
All right.
We were supposed to do a project for a cooperative who wanted to borrow money from an insurance company. Okay. The project is supposed to be far in Mowe. Now, we're building
that's Ogun State.
In Ogun State. So we're doing a project for them, and I was engaged as a project management consultant to look at the project. I noticed going through that Mowe access, I discovered that Nigerians actually have a way of providing houses for themselves that we as architects have actually not leveraged into. Okay. And if we're able to leverage into that, it could actually help us. Okay. What I noticed was, imagine a civil servant who is being paid 100,000, 200,000, is living in Lagos or anywhere in Abuja. They will invest their funds to buy a plot of land. They don't have money to actually develop the project. But what do? They will get a 5-bedroom design and start with a 1-bedroom. And they keep increasing. Now, what I've noticed that is over years, because there's no infrastructure, the development is unplanned, is haphazard. More importantly, the building that they come up with, you see, somebody will come up with a design that is 1 bedroom, his next door neighbor is a 3-bedroom, and you don't see coordination, and the place is not aesthetically pleasing. What that speaks to is this: people are actually building houses. They are solving their problem. That is the data, but nobody is collecting. How can we use it as an architect to actually begin to leverage into that? Just like he said, every community or every country developed from young, and family grows, you need more housing. At some point, there's a law of diminishing return, the children leave home. So when you come in, we're actually building for people who don't need it. We're creating an empty nest that later, or we're creating building that will become empty nest later. So if you're thinking of today, we need to begin to look at a way to develop houses that are like products. People can exchange it. Today, I have a need for a 2-bedroom. Tomorrow, when my family grows, I'll be able to exchange that my housing for a bigger one, and vice versa. I think that's an area we can play as an architect. And also that speaks to what architect Ladiga said in the morning. We as architects were usually fixated on projects. But people in the real estate don't look at projects, they look at products. They converted our ideas into a product they can actually sell, rather than looking at doing bespoke building that will become empty nest later. Now, to
currency fluctuation.
Currency fluctuation. My experience has been there's actually no hard and fast route to it. You need to look at your own procurement strategy from day one. So let's assume you're doing a project and you've sold off plan. People have paid you. At the beginning of the project, you don't need so much of the money. So if you invested the money in buying things that we need, understanding your lead, your procurement plan, know when you're going to need what, and you have invested for it, you have invested in those things. What you have done invariably is that you key down the cost of that. So you pay for them. So even when you have issues, even when currency is affecting them, you have more or less like hedge against that inflation. So that will be, what has been is you must have a very strong understanding of what project management is, have a proper cash flow plan that tells you, okay, this is what I'm expecting from my off-takers. Every month on, this is what I'm expecting. And this is how I have to use it, knowing that at the beginning, I don't need so much of cash. As the project progresses, they call it just-in-time inventory. So as you need the fund, you deploy it into what is required, so that you don't have to buy. You don't have to buy when it's the point. You avoid just-in-time inventory. You will have to pay in advance for whatever to key in.
Impressive, very nice, and this is quite enlightening. So you have something you wanted to say? Oh, okay. Two things I get from here. So even project management, from what you're saying, is key, and our project management practices must also be pragmatic to be able to understand and appreciate the realities of our economy. On the issue of data and what you had mentioned about the development you noticed in Moe and how people develop homes right now in an incremental format. One thing, I'll also be interested in the kind of data that can come out of that kind of exercise if we go gathering the data about those kind of developments. And one thing I will also want to know, because you talked about the uncoordinated development, it would be good to know how many Nigerians actually employ the services of an architect when developing. It would be good to know, because if most of those developers had maybe an architect, the uncoordination you saw, you probably wouldn't see that much of it, I think. But the data, you see, this is why data is important. Before we go on, I would like to ask
Can I just come on
please
there?
go ahead.
Sorry about
Go ahead.
that. And I think it's an important point, and I thought I'd just intervene. So one of the key things that I talked about young people, but one of the other things that data that we often ignore also in Nigeria tells us about income level. So today, less than 88% of our population can afford a 5 million naira house. That's what data tells us. You see, we kind of bury our head in this, but that is the issue. Okay? So we have to think that as architects, what can be our role in that? And part of what my colleague was referring to is now beginning to be a new thought around development, at least in the housing sector, in developing economies, about incremental development. And for me, what does that mean for architects? How can architects have a role to play in an economic society where there is significant low income, yet housing need, where really the primary source of supply of housing has to be some incremental housing that allows people to build into their income. You know, there are solutions that people are thinking about. But I think those are the kind of discussions that architects now need to begin to have. I think part of, I was glad I came into Actiladega, my old boss thing, is, let me say this because I may not have another chance to say it. It's a message. The old notion of architecture as a profession is gone. Don't be welded to it. That horse has bolted. We need to think in a new way of what the role of the architect is in meeting contemporary issues of society. If you don't do that quickly, you will become irrelevant. And we're not talking about a 20-year window. It will happen in the next 10 years. Okay? I wanted to just do a little game. How many people here use a Nokia phone? Anybody in this room who has a Nokia phone?
Now?
Or have we used
okay,
it?
no. Who has a Nokia phone?
No.
If I asked you the same questions 20 years ago, 80% of you will have. And Eric, who has Nokia, once said in a seminar, and said, we didn't do anything wrong. We did all the right things that we were taught in business school. Yet, we have been blown out of existence. I want you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Actor Toluyinka.
Okay. One of the things I think alluded to what my colleague said is, we as architects need to understand that there is a knowledge gap that is called development management. that will actually help us in understanding and solving the problem of incremental housing. Our role as architects is to provide housing. Understanding the peculiarity of our environment. You just said it. How many people can afford a house of
5 million?
But they will trust us as they will trust our ingenuity as an architect if we can provide a solution that take into cognizance their ability and the potential for that ability to grow. So if you have a large estate, come up with all the challenges, come up with a solution that attends to all the challenges of aesthetics, infrastructure provisions, and stuff like that. I would want to think that that's what land swap or mass housing scheme in Abuja was meant to speak to. But unfortunately, we have developers who have influence in government to get big land. Now, because they are supposed to build the houses on the land and sell it, they couldn't do it. So, and they're now selling. They get approval and sell the land. Let owners build it. If we use our influence as architects to get stuff like that, and we'll come up with a scheme like that that will take into consideration the needs of the people, we will be more relevant, and people will begin to see us as a real solution provider.
Absolutely. Well, so we architects, at the end of the day, are solution providers. All right, thank you. All right, I would like, moderator, okay, short time, please. I just asked for 3 minutes. I won't go beyond 3 minutes. All right. So, Mary, I'll take a question from you.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, Mary.
Yes, so I actually have a question and a contribution. The question is for our colleague who has experience with Shelter Africa, I think, and Family Homespun. So yesterday at the start of the summit, there was a lot of talk about climate action and sustainability. And I was hoping you would scratch that part of accessing green funding, because I know green funding is relatively cheaper than what we have, the traditional funding. And then regarding also sourcing or getting funding locally without having the bottlenecks of foreign exchange and all that. Let me cite an example. The Petronas Towers in Malaysia was funded locally. They didn't bring in money from outside. I believe that Nigeria, we can raise, if we are serious, up to $1 billion to fund any project we want to do. Why are we not able to do that? And personally, I think it's because we have an issue of perception, and if you look at it, Nigerians easily fall for fraud. So we have the MMN and all those schemes that people easily come in, put in a lot of money. So is it possible, could it be the cooperative of NIAABC Abuja chapter or something within raise that fund based on our credibility as architects to be able to do that? Thank you.
What I'm going to do, let me just take the second and final question so that my panelists just take up everything at the same time. Thank you.
My name is still Uchendo, I am Wogu. No, I have not changed name yet. There is no project financing for change of name. The area I wanted to hear from the two powerful panelists is on the area of industrial infrastructure. Because you cannot deliver what you cannot produce. We can't be discussing project financing when the nails with which we will fix the formwork are imported from China. Nails. The adhesives that were used to fix these wood panels here, imported from Germany. The blind behind where you're sitting was woven in Pakistan. the chiffon that we have decorated this place with, perhaps from China.
It's not much.
And the point I'm making is, why do we keep on discussing the umbrella while the stem that holds it is in pieces? We can't successfully discuss project financing without looking at those components that eat up the finance. There are things that demand finance. How can we make them by ourselves, control the production, and what will government policy do in this wise? Then secondly, my sister just mentioned about fund pooling, crowdfunding, and you had, I think you touched on it earlier. It is easier to raise money for a funeral in Nigeria. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. See, I dare to use myself as an example. When I suffered loss 4 years ago, it was very easy to raise close to 18 million naira. I sat back and I said to myself, if not for the issues of social pressure and all of that, if I had kept quiet and said, look, nobody died. I want to build a factory that will make the button on the MC's suit in my village. How many people will give me money for that? How many people will be willing to pull out money to support such a venture? And that brings us back again to the misalignment of government monetary and fiscal policies. There is no encouragement whatsoever for local aggregation of funding.
Thank you very
much. No matter how hard you look at it. So I want our panelists with their wealth of experience to share with us what they did while they were in such positions to drive government towards guaranteeing local financing capacity.
Thank you very much.
So that people don't keep $69 billion.
You know, I have to cut Wogu here. If I leave Akite Wogu, you know, he's a walking encyclopedia. All right.
Okay. I'm architect Agatha Christie Rabo. I just want to say that the housing deficit, the data we are looking to collect, is staring at us right in the face, right? Some of the Nigerians are really not sleeping. If you take the percentage of people sleeping under the bridges and abandoned houses or whatever, they are few. The housing deficit that we are talking about, it's a standard that the United Nations has actually put.
So it's what you're saying, it's more qualitative than quantitative.
Yes, that's one thing we have to take note. Now, I want to put the question across. I have been privileged to work with the social housing work group in the International Union of Architects. And I know that in other climes, for the gentleman in the suit who has been, in other climes of the world, to breach the housing deficit, the government usually, creates a social housing. And I will now connect that to what the gentleman in Adire said. Building of houses, maybe you are one room, you now move to the next room, and all of that. Social housing actually can help us bring about this idea, but in an organized manner, whereby families can start with a one unit in a social housing complex, and when their finances increases, they move from to the next, and then maybe during the their lifespan, they can now move into even a duplex. Now, the question I want to ask is, you have worked, both of you have worked in the Nigerian climate. Is there any, are there any opportunities of funding social housing in Nigeria as we speak? Are there any opportunities in any way, any blueprint anywhere in Nigeria? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, a lot of questions. Let me try and take them as I remember them. Let me deal with the local manufacturing issue. First, there's a lot of work going on that. There's a ministerial task force, I think more share hubs to create. But look, let us not be under an illusion that that will solve the problem. The fact is, within the African continent, the most attractive project finance market, sub-Saharan Africa, is Rwanda, right? That's where close to 40% of the capital is flowing to. But they don't manufacture one nail, okay? And the reason for that is that government is buying money on the Kigali capital market at 3%. In Nigeria, government is buying it at 18%. It's purely economics, okay? So it is good to have it, but let us be under no doubt. Money is very agnostic. It goes to where it will best, where it is best romanced. It doesn't look at anybody's face, okay? So yes, industrial, local manufacturing will help, but let us not chase it like it is the holy grail. It is not it's not a silver bullet. Okay, let me deal with the other question from the lady around green bonds. Again, actually, the main job that I'm doing now is setting up a green bond with the World Bank for Nigeria. We've just completed the Kenyan green bond, and we're now beginning to do the pre-work for the Nigerian green bond. But look, in terms of capitalization, it will probably account for just under 3% of the capital we need. So again, good thing to have, but it is not your holy grail. There is no silver bullet. Okay? Now, I'm interested, and one of the key areas for me is about this aggregation of funds. So let me just give you some numbers. If we got 1 million people contributing 1,000 naira per month, okay? What is that? That is what? 1 billion. Okay? That is more capital today than any of our mortgage institutions has access to. In fact, almost collectively. So we need to develop ingrown solutions that tackle our specific economic situations. Now, on the social housing, Family Homes Funds launched the National Social Housing Program in 2022, I think was a 200 billion Naira social housing program. Heavily government subsidized because the money was coming from the central bank, I think was coming at about what, 5%, and we were kind of financing at 7%. But it's not sustainable. It's about how rich the government can be to continue to subsidize social housing. And we all have to live with the reality that our government itself doesn't have money. That is why it's going to buy from your pension funds at 18%. If it had money, it would not go to the capital market.
Thank you very, very much. I know we could go on and on and on, but we really have to take a leave at this point. Actolu Yinka, just 1 minute. Extremely 1 minute, please.
Okay. Well, on the lady that talks about crowdfunding, and I know NIA in Abuja, we're thinking of a cooperative. I think that's a model we can actually adopt. If you get people, the only thing is we must be able to show them that if you put in 1 naira, you can get back this. And with our influence in AGs and others, we can actually get land that we can look at, model to be profitable, that we can market to these people. I think that's a good way to go.
Thank you very much. On this note, I would want to thank our panelists. You've done justice to the topic, even though there are still so many areas that have been left untouched. But at least the seed has been sown, and the conversation can go on. If you know the Abuja chapter very well, we have series and series of CPD programs, and I'm sure, in fact, he's been in one of them. I remember, and we can always call him back. So if you know what's good for you, join the Abuja chapter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll just take the group picture very quickly. We'll invite the group picture. Let's invite Amy to come and join, the former chair, to join us in the honoring our panelists. Please hold on. We have one more member joining you. Our vice chair and chairman of the organizing committee. Thank you very much. He has been everywhere all day. Thank you, sir. I love the smile of our vice chairman. Please clap for him. I'll invite Architect Emmanuel Aniko to come and tell us what will happen in the evenings before we go. Please clap for them, and let's clap for Architect Emmanuel.
Thank you very much. It's been a long day, but we are just starting. We are so sorry that we are closing this late for the morning session. There is going to be an evening session, our special award night. We are bringing in very wonderful guests, and we are appealing to people to please be here in good time. So many dignitaries are coming. Governors, House of Rep members, senators, and it will not be good for them to be waiting for us. Though we know we are closing late now, for people that can hang around, it will be fine. The red carpet is starting by 6. Then we'll start our award night. There are so many beautiful awards. Best Architectural Firm, Young Architects Award, Best Building in Abuja, Best Mentor, Best School of Architecture in Abuja, and so many of those wonderful awards. So until then, we are closing out. Thank you so very much for staying here. Our keynote speaker, Architect O.P. Ladega, FNIA, we thank you so much. May God bless you. May God bless everyone. Thank you so much, and see you later by 6 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. Please, those of you who are staying in Maraba, don't go home yet. Just go to stay with your friends. Please, we are going to have a wonderful dinner, real dinner in the full essence of the word. Please join us again later on at 6 p.m. Thank you.